Well, I would say that it's maybe unrealistic because in Norway we need a referendum to do that. But even though there is a large majority in Parliament to join the EU, of the population, there's a slight majority of staying out. But it is interesting. While we had the financial crisis and turmoil in Europe with Brexit and those kinds of things, and I think the polls show that it was almost 70% of the Norwegian population were against joining the European Union. Now we have seen what the EU can do. The EU response to the war in Ukraine has been really a surprise to me, and I'm for participation in Europe. And now we've seen that the support for joining the EU is growing. It's not at 50%, but it's growing. And I think that's what needs to happen because Norway is a high trust society. And that's a strength when we're under destabilization operations with Russians and disinformation stuff. This also makes us a bit naive to what's going on. So the general population in Norway has not awakened to the fact that we are actually information war with Russia. And I think as they learn more about that, they will see the value of participating. So there is a chance, but we have to work together to do this. And as you said, Norway and Ukraine into the EU and Austria and Ukraine into NATO.
And I think back in January 2022, it was hard to imagine Sweden and Finland in NATO. So, and it can change in 6 months.
And we're very happy to finally have our neighbors in NATO, so we can have within NATO we have our own political.
Thank you. My name is Sanjay. I have a question goes to the experts for this region. With the recent events, what happened in Armenia, especially talking about Nagorno-Karabakh, 120,000 were expelled out of their homes. Given the Karabakhis or Artsakis, we call them, they depended upon Russia for their existence in that region. And Russia double-played them, kicking them out, supporting Azerbaijan. Do you see now the Armenians getting into the Western Hemisphere and leaving Russia's sphere of influence?
Let's start with this. Take the mic, please.
But definitely, I think that the Prime Minister of Armenia made a strategical mistake a couple of years ago. Not just because they're a member of the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, so let's say the mini, micro Warsaw Pact remaining around Russia and a very few bunch of allies. But he made a strategical mistake to rely on Russian peacekeepers. And of course, Russia has no reliability at all to guarantee something. Russia is a net exporter of instability. How could you predict, how could you feel that Russia could guarantee stability? So he made this strategical mistake. And now, I think the outcome as of today is tragic. So we have already 85,000 Armenian people population fleeing to refugee in Armenia, and there is a risk for the remaining people. So the risk of a complete ethnic cleansing is on the table. It's on the table. I think that Armenia will understood this mistake, huge mistake. I think that Armenia withdrew the ambassador from the CSTO just a couple of weeks ago. And I think that he will begin to move wisely towards an increasing integration with the European institution. That's my point.
If I could add very briefly, Russia has never been a stabilizer in the South Caucasus. It's used both sides, both Azerbaijan and Armenia, as divide and rule for the empire. It's used one against the other. It supported some Armenian ambitions in Azerbaijan, but it's also armed Azeris, also armed Azerbaijan. That's one. Secondly, I would say now there's an opportunity as Russian position weakens, because it's very large opposition now and anger, I would say, of Russia. The fact that Armenia belongs to the Collective Security Organization, but didn't get assistance from the Collective Security Organization against Azerbaijan. So there is a lot of resentment, I would say, in Armenia against Russia, and Azerbaijan itself is moving much closer to Turkey. It wants to free itself from the Russian orbit. It wants to be part of the Caspian corridor for energy resources. Armenia can plug into this as well. At the moment, all the energy pipelines bypass Armenia, they go through Georgia. Armenia, I think, has a great opportunity if it revokes this territory that it controls through the Karabakh Armenians to be part of a greater Europe. And I think Armenia and Georgia and Azerbaijan all actually belong in this greater European project. If it's not European Union, at least some association with European Union. Georgia, unfortunately, let me just say a few words. Georgia, unfortunately, has made a few steps backward. Quite frankly, I think Russian influence in Georgia, through the current Georgian government, is probably stronger than it is in Azerbaijan or Armenia, paradoxically. Also, Central Asia, Kazakhstan is very much moving away from the Russian orbit. It's now going to adopt the Latin alphabet. Process of Kazakhization, de-Russification is underway. So there's a lot going on in that neighborhood that used to be part of the greater Russian Empire. So the outer empire, I think, is completely lost. Just a few pieces need to be sorted out. The inner empire is what we're talking about. Traditionally, the Russian Federation is really the inner empire of Russia. That's, I think, the next step of this integration.
Thank you so much. I'll give the floor to Taras Kuzo to give a short comment, and then we'll switch to debates.
Yeah, I think you have to be very careful with your language. You're using actually Russian disinformation when you say they were ethnically cleansed. The United Nations has reported that there was no human rights abuses when Azerbaijan launched its military operation in Karabakh, and the population there left of its own accord. They were not forcibly asked to or removed. They were given the option of remaining but taking up Azerbaijan citizenship. So I think that's important to stress, because there's a lot of Islamophobia and Turkophobia in the West, particularly in the United States, where there's a huge Armenian lobby. Let's put this into context. It's a complete myth, the idea that Armenia will rejoin the West. Why? Three reasons mainly. There are three military bases Russia has in Armenia. Firstly, you think the Russians are going to say, okay, we're going to go home, just like that. Secondly, Putin does not do Brexit. Armenia is a member of the Eurasian Economic Union and a member of the CSTO. The idea that Armenia can suddenly leave that and join the West, you can't be a member of two customs unions. You can't be a member of the Eurasian Economic Union and a member of the have an association agreement with the European Union. You have to leave one to join the other. Putin would not allow that for Armenia. And thirdly, Armenia is really strange in the sense that the FSB actually controlled Armenia's borders. That was agreed back in the 1990s. So, and thirdly, I think we should not have much sympathy with them. Karabakh Armenians and Armenia completely supported separatism in Ukraine. At the United Nations, Armenia voted with Russia and Belarus in support of Crimea's occupation. And Karabakh Armenians provided assistance and supported the DNR, LNR, Russian proxy state in the Donbass. So let's, and by the way, when we talk always about Armenia's allies, we completely always forget the biggest ally of Azerbaijan is not Turkey, it's Israel. Israel was Azerbaijan's biggest military ally for a decade prior to when Turkey arrived on the scene. That's why you will see at anti-Israeli demonstrations now in the West, you will see Armenian flags.
Okay, I wanted to thank the speakers, but I think we still have one small comment.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with that. Even though all that is true, times change. And yes, Armenia supported separatism in Ukraine, but if they are willing to head towards the light, we should welcome them. And Putin will not allow that. But I think that Putin's ability to allow and not allow things here is going to come to a complete stop very soon. We're at this inflection point in history where I think we in the West need to step up and actually have a voice and an opinion and actively welcome people towards the light, because we have been very passive. We have allowed the forces of darkness or the forces of autocracy to play freely without even showing up. And that's a major problem, because we act just like during the Spanish Civil War. The fascists to supply weapons and ammunition. We're trying to play by the rules. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't play by the rules, but there have been coups in Africa with actual democratic governments. There are not many of them in Africa, so at least we should support the ones that are there. And now we have Moldova that has that wants to integrate with Europe. I think we're too passive there. We should also support them much more. And if Armenia is heading towards us, then let's welcome them. Let's enforce that and help them economically, politically, and if so, militarily, because those bases, there are not many people there, and the military power of Russia is fading, and so is the influence.
The example of Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh, we see how there are no single answers, especially to the problems created by the Kremlin. So we will have to work for years or decades to solve this problem. Okay, I will thank the speakers, and we will have a replacement. Mr. Bohatsky asked you to stay. Thank you, gentlemen. And now we invite Mr. Ponomaryov, Paul Ivlev, and Taras Kuzov for the public debate. Okay, in this session we will have more interaction, so I call on the audience to be more active, to participate in the discussion. Sorry? You can do it now. But we will start from short speeches from the speakers and then switch to discussion. So the previous panel started from the far side, and now I want to suggest Ilya Ponomaryov to speak. Mr. Ponomaryov, you have a badge of Free Russia on your jacket. So which, in your opinion, scenario is better for the future, not only of Russia, but in general for the world? Free Russia or free nations of Russia?
I think that the best scenario is when people decide for themselves. That's the best scenario. And I do believe that some of the regions of the current Russian Federation will decide to stay and some will decide to secede. I think that we will see both cases for sure. I don't know which proportion it will be. Some debate that it will be a rather rare case when somebody would split away from Russia. Some would say that all of the Russia would collapse. But that's what we will see. And that's what people will decide. I think that the main thing that we need to understand at this moment is that we have one common enemy. And this is the enemy of all Russian nations, of all non-Russian nations which are living on the Russian Federation. This is the enemy of all neighboring countries of the Russian Federation, and for all people of goodwill across the world. And this enemy is in the Kremlin. And that's why I think that our main objective at the moment is collectively to defeat this enemy. I think that the worst thing that may happen if everybody would fight just for their own small piece of land, and at the end of the day, it will be defeated one by one. I think that the Kremlin's major mistake that they made starting in 2014, but especially in February 2022, when Putin decided to do a large-scale invasion in Ukraine, that actually triggered the process of the actual collapse of the empire, of the Russian Federation, of Putinism as the political regime. And we need not to waste this opportunity. That's a joint opportunity for everyone. and we just need to agree about the, so to say, rules of engagement, which needs to be based on the recognition of people's rights, on people's self-determination, that nothing should be imposed on people from the top, neither in one direction nor in another, that they need to decide for themselves what they want to do, and we need to respect their decision. That's the fundamental principle, I think, that needs to be in our joint fight for the freedom. I think it is totally possible, and what you were referring to, my PIN, Congress of People's Deputies, is preparing all the legal framework that will ensure that this free choice of all nations that occupy the current territory of Russian Federation would be honored, no matter what the decision will be, whether they want to stay or whether they want to split away. Thank you.
Mr. Ivlev, what's your opinion about how can we accelerate the decolonization of the Russian Federation without imposing this top-bottom approach, so that is real bottom-up approach?
Let's try to specify, okay, because what is exactly the top to bottom approach. And if you know, I agree with many things which Ilya is saying now and saying before, but the concept which they proposed by the съезд народных депутатов, to me is not exactly the correct one, because, and then you correct me if I'm wrong, but generalizing, your idea is to keep the federation, just to reconstruct it, to make a lot of changes, but still the idea is it's a federation. No, I'm wrong. Okay, that's a good point, because that's what many people think, and you know, to me, when I was joined the съезд that you're talking about, the idea to adopt the constitution of future Russia seems to be it exactly, you know, the situation as we have now is rightly pointed, where the Kremlin regime became a terrorist, and it has to be destroyed, and it has to be punished for what they've done, and hopefully they will not be able to do more harm to the neighbors of the world. But that's what they're doing now. So when we come to the moment of justice, and you know, Putin will be somewhere in jail or not with us, then it will be a moment of opportunity for the regions to decide, because obviously, you know, if Putin is not in place, in his place at Kremlin, then that there is a obvious opportunity for forces in the regions to raise their voice, to do something, to, you know, call for independence, or at least those regions will want to do that. And of course, Russia is so, you know, huge and different, and we simply cannot compare, you know, Dagestan or Chechnya with Ivановskaya Oblast in terms of what they think about themselves. So, of course, it will be a huge variety of ideas and various waves, but at that particular moment, I think where we are, Russian opposition, okay, unified, but we need to clearly, you know, keep in our minds that if regions, if nations of Russia wants to take their independence, they're very welcome. to do it. We are not in Moscow to direct them, right?
To swallow as much as they can.
So it's right.
That's representative society.
When I was saying wrong, is our approach is fundamentally different. And that's exactly the phrase that we'll just remember. Take sovereignty as much as you want. That means that somebody that gives the sovereignty. That's a totally different approach from others, and I think it's a fundamentally wrong. Because if you give the sovereignty, you can take it back later. And that's exactly what happened in the post-Soviet Russia. Our approach is different. Remember, there was this famous phrase of Mr. Trotsky after World War I: "No war, no peace, but disband the army." So no federation, no independence, but no Kremlin. That's the approach of us. We are saying we have a proposition how to create a new country. And that's what Congress is preparing with this new constitution. We have a proposition to create a new country. But then all the regions need to decide whether they want to take part in this or not. If they don't want, we will recognize the independence. If they want to create a new country with a new center, with the new rights of this center, they're free to do this. And I am absolutely certain that it will be both regions that would like to participate in the creation of the new country. No Russian Federation. Russian Federation is gone, as Russian Empire is dead. But someday, some countries, some regions will decide to build this new Russian Republic. Some will say, no, we don't want it. It doesn't matter what the constitution, what the rules, like what's the proposition. We want to be independent, and that's something that we respect.
Yeah, if I could, Ilya, if I could just ask about the Constitution and so forth, will there be a clause that, okay, we temporarily, provisionally agree to be part of this new emerging state, but if things go the way they have before in Russia, we have the option to leave? In other words, that we're not tying ourselves permanently into this structure. I mean, would that be a clause within the Constitution?
Not yet there.
It is already there. It is voted for, and there is a described procedure how that may happen. It's the concept of two referendums or a referendum with a forced exit if there is no agreement reached. So we took Brexit very much as a model of how some people wanted it, some people didn't want it, but I'm saying that it's a feasible procedure. It's described in the Constitution, and the provision is that it's applicable not just to the region, so to the subject
So
of
it's all 83 federal subjects.
well, if they would decide to stay, yes, it's 80 of them at the moment, plus six occupied, but 80 traditional Russian regions. But also we are putting the provision for the municipalities. We want to make the situation fluid. If one municipality wants to secede and join another region of Russia, they also have the same right, also based on the popular referendum of people in that municipality.
Before I switch to audience, I would like to give the floor to Professor Kraskuzo, especially as a person who living in the UK and having experienced the Brexit.
Oh my God, you mentioned Brexit.
When is Yorkshire declaring independence?
My Yorkshire will declare independence. Yeah, God's own country. No, this is an interesting thing because it has important consequences. In 1991, Western governments demanded that Ukraine, when it holds its referendum on the 1st of December, ensure that you get that it more than 2/3 in support of independence before they would recognize Ukraine. So 50% was not enough. They demanded that the referendum have 2/3 plus. And that makes sense to me. At the time, Ukrainians were very afraid, especially the opposition, can we get 2/3 because of East Ukraine, Russian students. So Kravchuk organized, so he went okay. But this idiot conservative government decided both for Scotland and for Brexit that 50%. 50% was a stupid, ridiculous figure. I mean, for such a major constitutional issue as the separation of a region of Britain, Scotland, and leaving the European Union, 50% was not enough. It should have been 2/3 here as well. So I'm asking, what is the percentage?
It's qualified majority, it's not 50%.
It should not be 50%, because that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We left,
It shouldn't
we
be
left
the
the European
society of
Union
people.
because of 4%.
Yeah, but forgive me, that way, if we are talking of present example and trying to develop something better, and the better solution you suggest now is 2/3, right?
Yeah.
Vote for.
It's constitutional majority.
Right, but we're talking about referendum, and referendums is a very special creature. It's not the direct vote for the parliament or for the president. It's very different. So there will be a lot of influences, and if we have a referendum in the majority of regions of Russia today, whether they want to stay in the union, in the federation, or leave, then very likely scenario, I would say, no question, they will decide to remain. That would be their choice because of many reasons, historic, educational, propaganda. But that will be the only solution, the continuation of Russian Federation. And today we've heard a little about what happened in Germany after the First World War. Well, that will be exactly the same, unfortunately, with Russia if we let these people vote at the referendum. So we here, in the Russian opposition specifically, need to develop better plans.
I would just add this, even though I'm a huge fan of democracy, but I don't think we can do any elections in liberated regions of Crimea and Donbass, because after years of brainwashing, I cannot believe that those people can make free and fair choice. And this is something that can take years, if not decades. So this is the problem which is similar to the Russian Federation.
And to Germany after Nazi.
Exactly. So now I invite the audience to hear your views about future mechanisms of implementation.
Maybe I would reply to this.
Okay, you reply then.
Yes, I was thinking maybe we could to open, but I don't want to do this. That's a very important point about the referendums. Again, our take is the following. At the very beginning, there will be no, as you correctly said, voting. It's a war situation, it's a revolution situation. How you would organize it, whatever voting you are talking about is where are the election commissions, where are the parties, where is the freedom of speech, how you would convince voters to sway in one way or another. It's impossible. That's why it has to be a transition period before whatever voting can take place in the country. And actually, the approach that we are proposing is that we first do the local elections, which is the most convenient way to jumpstart the democratic institutions. Then, we are adopting the new constitution. Then new political parties are being created according to the new constitution with all the voting commissions and whatever. But the self-determination of the regions is supposed to take place before the adoption of the new constitution, because the new constitution is the agreement to form the new country. So that's what the regions need to decide before. And here we are not talking about whatever referendums. We are talking about just grabbing the power in the regions. If in Germanlandia manage, with the military units that you are guys creating right now in Ukraine, you are managed to grab the power in St. Petersburg, hang the glove, and this power is being recognized by the people, de facto recognized, then you are the negotiating side, and you're making the decisions on the formation of this new state, whether you want to participate or you don't want to participate, whether you want to organize it and don't want to organize. You are the power there. But if you think that somebody needs to replace Beglov and put you in charge and enforce the decision from the top, that's what I definitely agree. Don't agree to do. So I want that the power in the regions would be actually created from bottom up and not from the top down. No more Moscow, no more Kremlin, no more outside influence. Neither America nor Ukraine nor Kremlin needs to dictate people in the regions how they want to live.
Right, we promise to give floor to the audience. Like Mexico, the first place.
Thank you very much. Just observations about three different referenda, just to remind us how tricky it is. I believe it was 1990, the Soviet Union, the transformation of Soviet Union into some different animal. Referenda in, I believe, 11 republics of former Soviet Union. All of them brought massive support for continuation of Soviet Union. Over 95% in Central Asian republics, but even more than 75 or around 75% in Ukraine. Yeah. Well, within half a year, the Soviet Union dissolved. So it's and there were no protests whatsoever against it. No protest.
There's only one republic when there was a referendum, that was Ukraine. All others, they just happened to fact.
Then I lived through the split up of Czechoslovakia in 1992, which happened without referendum. There were solid majorities of Czechs and Slovaks supporting continuation of Czechoslovakia. The elected political elites decided, no, we will split the country, and there was 2 weeks civil society to oppose that decision, and Czechoslovakia split into 2 countries. And then we have Yugoslavia, where in each 6 or 7 units were referenda, tremendous support for independence in all of them, well over 90%. And the consequences were 10 years of war. And there were local referenda within, for instance, Bosnia-Herzegovina, where in the territories where the majority were Serbs. And that was the territory where the war was bloodiest and continued the longest. Around 100,000 people died in Bosnia-Herzegovina. So my point is that the referenda can play a role, but do not overestimate it. Be very careful with using it, and really what is important are capable, strategically thinking elites. To say, I am, as Winston Churchill said, democracies are poor tools, but the best we have. We have.
And I think we have to go there with the document.
Representative of Future Independent State.
I don't understand your logic. First, you say
Sorry,
just I don't get this.
Because
So
translating
online,
people
online.
about
For our audience.
it's okay, but you just need
Closer.
yeah, it's what?
You just,
I don't understand logic. You told first the all regions of the republics will free, and Russian Federation will dissolve. Okay, why after this you talk about double referendum, about the functions of the municipal units and so on? When all regions and republics get the free, maybe they decided what they do in the future. If you write some rules, these rules is maybe really actual and good for Moscow, which for center or former center of the state. But other regions, we all are the 18 years old and more, and we can decide self what we are to do in the future. This is some logical This is not logical, really.
Let's collect one more comment. Peter Fellinger wanted to welcome, and then we'll respond.
Yes, in the case of Slovenia, it was like this, that Alois Mok, the Austrian foreign minister, he really wanted independence and he wanted to support it. And he called Mr. Genscher in his biography as well, described every day in the morning, the first thing at 8 o'clock, he called the Germans to get the recognition done. So my question is, which one? Because we need one state, one region to break away from Russia. And we with one foreign minister who takes the role of Alois Mok and really promotes and convinces his colleagues and pushes very hard. So which could be the one state of ex-Russia to break off first, and who would support that?
I think we're collecting now for questions.
When I think about Secondary, your question is pretty obvious. I think that Chechnya, who actually fought for independence, would lead the process, and Chechnya is the only region of Russia which has already internationally recognized government led by Ahmed Zakayev. And some also Chechen political activists, they don't like this government, some like this government, but they have certain recognition, so they have certain legitimacy, and this legitimacy is proven by the fighting which was happening during 2 wars for independence. So that's like pretty obvious. But in terms of your question, I think that in all our debates with different national movements, people always they combine different pieces together, and that creates a confusion. When we are talking about the referendums, double keys, like whatever that we were discussing about, we are talking about the stable situation when certain regions decided to stay and to create a new country, but they still have the right to secede in the future if they change their mind. And for this, there has to be a procedure which is pre-agreed on what is the procedure that needs to be followed if they would decide to leave later on, 10 years from now, 30 years from now, like Scotland in the UK. So that there is a legitimate procedure, that they are no longer in prison. Now, when we are talking about the transitional period, as I said, we will recognize the de facto situation which would be on the ground. And you looking at this with a prism of national republic, but national republics of Russia, as we understand, is 20% of Russia. The rest of Russia are not national republics. And I would very much want to look at the governor of Tambov region, who would say that I am now the leader of the independent state. This is a bloody crook which was just appointed by the same Kremlin. And what the hell, he is the leader of the independent state? He is not. And people of Tambov region would then decide whether they want to separate, or whether they want maybe to create, another entity together with Penza and with Lipetsk or any other region which they neighbor with, or even maybe not neighbor with. It's their decision, and we don't want to interfere with this decision, but we want to have a normal interface to work with. And obviously, right now, Congress of People's Deputies has deputies from 36 Russian regions, and not only ethnically Russian, but also national republics. We have a lot of representatives from Northern Caucasus, for example. And we propose something, so that if you guys want again to be separate, you are separate. If you don't want to be separate, we propose a certain roadmap how not to be separate. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't. It's your decision. We're not imposing anything on you.
Is it then your double referendum is obligatory for? Is it your double referendum and municipal units obligatory for every republic, or after you give independence only for 2 years, period, and after this get back and obligatory must be to referendum, double referendum, and so on. This is my question, because of, this is, looks very tricky, like I name it Trojan horse of the Panama laws. This is very dangerous, yeah. So please tell me, explain me, is it after 2 years, or you told one time 2 years, next time you told 1 year, and then double referendum? Is it, because I don't know in Germany, is it necessary for us, or we're free to decide, republics, for example, yeah? Это обязательно прям надо эту конференцию вашу проводить? Или мы можем от этого отказаться и жить своей жизнью?
Если бы не прекрасная Елена, что трое вам ахейские мужи. I try to explain this, is that this system of referendums is for the situation when regions already decided to stay, they passed the new constitution, the transition period is over, but then later, 20 years from now, 100 years from now, something changed in their mind and they decided to leave. At the beginning, everybody is creating the new government. And if you are able to create a new government in your republic, and this government makes different decision, again, it's your choice. What we hear about is that you as a government will be recognized by your people, that you would not start the civil war inside this territory, that it's not like a small group of people who are just capturing something and then there's a local rebellion. That's what we want to avoid. And that's why we participating always in all forms of post-Russia, because our message is the same. Let's create the rules of the game. Let's create a joint approaches as how these new governments will be created, the joint principles, joint obligations, because we don't want that the future independent Chechnya will start to fight with future independent Dagestan or Kizlyavsky Rayon, or future independent Ingushetia with future Ossetia, which would decide to stay inside Russia, would fight against Prigorodny Rayon. That's what we want to decide in advance, that it all would be in a civilized manner, and that people would actually decide which regions want to stay, which want to leave. And then we are leaving the door open with the referendums for future, that if this decision right now is to stay in the municipal elections and then like whatever what I was talking about, but still in the future, if they will decide to change their mind, that they also have this option.
But I don't understand why when we separate, we leave the Russia in our republic. Why 20 years later or 2 years later, we must go make your double referendum? Why? Because we separate.
Because you're right now in London, and I'm right now in London, and we are not right now in Buryatia or in Sakha or any other regions. And I don't know whether you will be the next government or not. It's your position. Maybe people will have different position there. If people in Sakha, I'm pretty sure that the current government of Sakha would rather decide to separate, knowing them personally. I think that they would decide to separate, and they don't need anybody else coming from the United States or whatever, immigrants. They would declare independence, not asking for everyone. In Buryatia, it would be totally different, because the current leadership of Buryatia doesn't want to secede, but there is another diaspora which want to secede. And who would prevail in the fight? We don't know. And the situation of Tatarstan, for example, what would the current elites say, or whether you would come to power? Whom we would like to see in power of Kazakhstan? Of course, Prime Minister Kashapov would be, the object of our sympathies. But it's for Tatarstan people to decide. We are not to impose from Moscow who is the next government of Tatarstan. And currently, all the power is with Mikhanov. What their decision would be, to secede or to stay in the country, we don't know. And it will be your choice.
Okay, we will hear positions of Kalmykia and Tatarstan in the next panel, and I think Professor Kuzov has many new notes and maybe many new thoughts.
Yeah, I'm going to firstly say that, just a comment, I think this issue of who is there at the right moment is going to be especially important for Belarus, because Lukashenko will never survive if Putin goes, or is declining. He's totally reliant on Putin. And where the situation today is very different to 2020 when there were mass protests, is there are now at least 2 Belarusian volunteer battalions. So 2,000 battle-hardened troops with military experience, with weapons, which Ukraine would have no opposition for them to go from Ukraine to Belarus if there are now protests. This would completely turn the situation around in Belarus because Belarusian Lukashenko regime is reliant on the OMON and KGB, not the military. The military is very weak in Belarus. So I think this is in a situation where, and that would be a tremendous, major strategic reversal for Russia, because Belarus is really the most closest to Putin's regime. But I think what everybody is missing here is the Western position on this. And we have a situation where the Biden administration has never yet articulated what its end goal is in Ukraine, in the war. Never. What is the Biden administration? And this is the criticism of the Republicans, and they have a right to criticize. The Biden administration has never openly explained what is America's goals. We know what we think America's goals should be. The Biden administration has never said this. And it is never, the Biden administration is never, unlike the United Kingdom, unlike 4 Scandinavian countries, unlike Baltic states, Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, the United States has never said that its goal is Russia's military defeat. So many people think that the United States is giving Ukraine enough military equipment so it's not defeated, but not enough for it to win. And this has led to drip feeding of military equipment to Ukraine, which has led to higher civilian and military casualties in Ukraine, and to the very slow counteroffensive now. This is the fault of the Western and NATO leaders on this. I think this is especially important now after the tragic events in Israel, because the tragic events in Israel show that the anti-Western axis of evil, Russia, Iran, North Korea, China maybe, we can debate, but certainly those 3 countries, certainly Iran, Russia, have declared war on the West, on Western democracies. And the battlegrounds for the wars are Israel and Ukraine. Because in the eyes of this anti-Western axis of evil, Israel and Ukraine are US puppet states. This is how they describe it. They are imposters. They should not exist. There are only 2 countries in the world that others say should be destroyed completely, and that is Ukraine and Israel. Russia's goal, the goal of the Putin regime is the destruction of Ukraine. There's no question about this. Genocidal destruction of Ukraine and Ukraine identity, and its replacement by a kind of Lukashenko-style regime. The goal, of course, of Iran, Hamas, and elsewhere is the same: destruction of Israel. So I'm hoping, therefore, that what the tragic events in Israel will show is that Netanyahu's closing up to Putin was a major mistake, which it was, and that this will be a reconfiguration, because one of the sad situations in the last year and a half is that Israel has refused to support Ukraine in the war. Even though Ukraine is led by a Jewish president whose family suffered in the Holocaust, Israel has refused because of Netanyahu's closeness to Putin. Maybe this will now change, I hope. I have three points on the question of how we need to talk to Western policymakers and journalists. 3 points which are always raised in opposition to our position. The first one, and they're all based on Russia's historical precedents. Firstly, the fear of the collapse of empire. Well, we have an example of the Ottoman Empire. Turkish nation state was created from the ruins of the Ottoman Empire. In the 1920s and 30s, the Turkish nation state under Atatürk was a very progressive and liberal state. I love telling my French friends that it gave the vote to women 10 years before France. And so there is a historical precedence of what you can create a democratic nation state from the ruins of empire. Secondly, nuclear weapons. The debate about nuclear weapons now, the fear of them, reminds me completely of the same debate in 1990-91, when there was a fear that, oh my God, there will be a nuclear Yugoslavia if we allow it. And this has led to President Bush Sr. famous Chicken Kiev speech to the Ukrainian parliament in July 1991. He said, don't go for independence, don't do independence. Which of course was ignored 3 weeks later. There was no nuclear Yugoslavia. The USSR disintegrated, there was no problem. And the situation with nuclear weapons was worse then than now. Because then 15 republics had nuclear weapons, tactical nuclear weapons. Every republic had them. And then you had 4 republics with strategic nuclear weapons. Now you only have 1, Russia. So let's be cautious when people say, oh my God, nuclear weapons could be, something that we shouldn't allow for Russia's military defeat. And thirdly, we're also told that, what do you want? If Putin goes, the guy who replaces him will be worse. Can anybody be worse than Putin? Is this really theoretically possible? I don't think
Theoretically,
so.
always possible.
No, I don't think
We're
so.
optimists.
I
It's
don't
always
think
possible.
so. I don't think so. Putin is a
You hear
sociopath.
about yourself?
Putin is a sociopath who doesn't care not only about Ukrainian land, he doesn't care about Russian lives. And this is nothing new. Remember Kursk 23 years ago? So the idea that we can't get rid of Putin because somebody worse will come is a complete myth. In fact, on 3 occasions in Russian history, after the Crimean War, after the Russo-Japanese War, after the First World War I, when Russia was militarily defeated on 3 times, reformers came, and more progressive forces came to power in Russia after Russia's military defeat. So we could actually say Russia's military defeat could lead to the opposite, to maybe some good guys coming to power. So we have to be, these are 3 kind of arguments always used against our kind of argument. But it's in our, we should say it's in our interest for Russia to be militarily defeated, and Russia should become a post-imperial democratic nation state. And there are many historical precedents that show this would be a positive. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, very briefly, this is already given my talk. One comment and one question for Ilya. I think the way it needs to be phrased, this fear that Western governments, Western policymakers have of the collapse of Russia, the potential chaos, potential chaos that will emerge from a defeat, from power struggles, from a collapse of Russia. I think it needs to be rephrased that how to prevent that potential chaos precisely to plan for the emergence of new states. This is the core. And if we're not prepared for that, then we don't have any kind of say, we don't have any kind of influence or facilitation in the process that unfolds. In other words, I think Western institutions, policymakers, NGOs, parliamentarians, whoever it takes, need to be involved much more in looking at state building, institution building, mediating, as you said, there are some outstanding conflicts, for instance, in the North Caucasus, the Ingushetia and Chechnya and Dagestan, North Ossetia. How to mediate those conflicts so they don't erupt when independence is on the doorstep, when these new states move towards freeing themselves from the Muscovite Empire. Also working with some of the regions, planning on working with the rich regions in terms of economic development, trade relations, resources. There's some potentially, you mentioned Sakha, there's some potentially very rich regions in Siberia, Western Siberia, Volga region, and so forth. So again, if we want to avoid chaos, we need to be planning to work with the new elites, the new governments that will be emerging.
Develop scenarios.
Yeah, and what I would ask you, Ilya, is this something that your Congress is doing, reaching out to Western governments, telling them that the collapse of this current Russia is not the catastrophe? It is the lack of planning, lack of preparation for what comes next that could cause a Western dysfunctionality in terms of dealing with it. I mean, are you telling this to Western governments, trying to send a message? Because, you know, if you talk to some of our policymakers, they still live in this idea that Russia can be reformed in the state structure that we have. Somebody better than Putin will come along and we can work with him again.
Medvedev,
I mean,
remember Medvedev?
Yeah, exactly, the great pragmatist.
Democrat, liberal.
You know, I've been accused when I published my book of wishful thinking. Well, we've had 30 years of wishful thinking about Russia, and where did it get us? You know, so question for Ilya, that's it actually.
Well, Janusz Tarasy, I think that you are right on spot with everything that you said. And that's exactly my biggest concern, is that people, for example, in Washington, D.C., they're not willing even to think about this. No, they're not even talking about it, but they're not even thinking about it. And they're afraid of thinking about this. That's why this wording that we are helping Ukraine, we are not Ukraine lose, and that's it. And then, you know, we're sitting blinded, and this chicken Kiev approach is everywhere. And you're absolutely right. You said there are plenty of Chamberlains, but there are no Churchills. And we hope that in this country, Boris Johnson was actually in his book, he was exactly writing that if Churchill in 1918 was persistent, you know, in terms of British troops that were engaged in Russia, maybe there would be no less catastrophe of development of the Soviet Union and all the consequent things that happened. He put it in his book, but also, you know, there was not much of the development. I think that the working strategy right now is the following. Firstly, that we definitely need to put Western elites primarily in DC, but also in London. You know, to start talking about this, it's Western Europe, I think that we should forget about it, you know, it will never happen. But the conclusion, American policymakers, especially in the election year, I think they would never be ready to say that we are directly engaged in planning new Russia, you know, whatever it would be, you know, de-imperialization, staying, you know, as one country, doesn't matter. That they don't want to be engaged. But what I think they can do is I think they can delegate to Eastern Europeans, and I'm talking about the greater Eastern Europe, Poland primarily, as the main player there, Baltic states and Ukraine, you know, to be the main operators for the future of empire and of this whole space. And I think that in these countries there is enough of the debate. All these scenarios are there. I think that indeed what you said is exactly right. I think that the biggest fear is that somebody like Mishustin or Medvedev would be accepted by the West as an acceptable scenario. Because whoever of them would be coming, that means that the empire would be preserved. There would be no fundamental changes. I think that all scenarios should be on the table. We should be honest. It has to be a scenario which is worse than the current situation. There is such scenario. There's somebody like Prigozhin, you know, criminal scenario, you know, criminal possession of the same nuclear arms. That's a possibility. I think it's how people in this country would say highly unlikely, but it's a possibility. It's not zero. But again, if there is such a scenario, then one need to plan to how to avoid it. You know, we shouldn't just like sit down and pray that, you know, it would not happen. It has to be a coherent approach. And if one sees the risks, let's plan together how to avoid these risks.
If Medvedev is president, it's easy to bribe with a box of vodka.
But unfortunately, the closest scenario we have seen as of today was
In
pre-war.
Russia, more vodka, you know, the problem is that you would not be able to compete. Maybe Norwegians would sell something, but you know, not really.
So do we have time?
To finalize.
Okay. Just a few words. I think, first of all, Medvedev is not that worst scenario because he's so weak. He will lose power in the center immediately, almost immediately. So that will be an avenue for the independent states to, to start doing what they need to do to be really independent from Russian Federation. But let me jump back a little bit to the United States because I'm the only American at this table. And he raised the point of wishful thinking. Yes, exactly. This is the wishful thinking because this is what they want, to preserve the situation and to be secure in the US. And the best scenario for them, just forget about Russia, like Trump. To have no idea that Russia and Ukraine are different states. So that's where the wishful thinking is. And that is exactly why years ago KGB called them useful idiots. This is exactly who they are, unfortunately. Forgive me to say this, and that's applied to
They are useless idiots. They are not useful idiots. It would be a step forward to become useful idiots. Yes.
Well, this is for Putin. No, I mean, you're right, but unfortunately, that's the view from Kremlin, and specifically from Mr. Putin, who is the trained KGB officer. They like that idea that in the United States, in the White House, there are more people who are at that point of view of wishful thinking as we raised it before. So that's the situation. So really, there's no need to forget to plan and to rely on the United States and its government, wherever it's the current government or the next one, that they will interfere, they will direct, they will leave something to the Eastern Europe. No, they don't care. The best thing they want is to maintain the situation and live on their own and then run their own country, where we have a lot of problems.
Thank you so much. Do we have final comments or questions from the audience? If not, thank you all the speakers for this open conversation. It's good we have a very healthy debate here. So I invite next speakers. You are welcome to stay. Maria Ochigayeva. Let's give it applause to the speakers. Maria. Maria is a member of the Bulgarian Congress and member of the Free Nations League. And Deputy Prime Minister of the government of Pakistan in exile, Peter Fellinger, very active participant of the forum and president of Austrian Committee for NATO membership. And we will have online speakers, Prime Minister of Ichkeria Ahmed Zakayev, and member of Parliament of Ukraine, Lyudmila Buminister.
Как Юрай.
For your library.
Not that Europe might not be.
Okay, since Pavel has experience from previous panel, let's start the debate. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, shall we continue?
That's okay, let's,
Oh, this is final panel before the lunch, so it's not much time.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
Yeah, the Gmail investment. Links.
Oh, daily.
So Pavel, the future of Ingrid, how do you see it?
oh, okay, yeah, we were probably running a little bit too fast, so, that's okay. You can, have your coffee and water, some sandwiches. So my name is Pavel Ivlev, and, I represent the movement for free Ingria in Germanlandia. I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with Fingerland, but still I need to give some very general ideas to make sure everyone is on the same page with that. So what is in Germanlandia? It's Leningradskaya Oblast. So it's very simple. It's a part of Russian Federation today, and it's the area surrounding St. Petersburg, formerly known as Leningrad. And because it's, adjacent to Leningrad, it was named Leningradskaya Oblast. And that name remains to be an official name of the land. So all of us can imagine now, we in today's Russian Federation, after 30 years of the collapse of communist regime, have a region which takes the area of almost 100,000 square meters and has a population of almost 10 million. That land has the name of Lenin in today's Russian Federation. So this is what we're talking about. This is in Germanland. I believe all of you can visualize the map. This one is not really good for this visualization, but the territory of Ingria is to the east from Estonia and to the south from Finland. So the whole eastern and a big piece of southern beaches of Finnish Bay, which is the Baltic Sea, part of the eastern part of Baltic Sea, in Germanlandia. I mean, that's the location. So it is very close to Northern Europe, to Scandinavia, to Sweden, to Finland, border with Finland, and to Estonia on the side of the Baltic states. So this part of Russian Federation is very Western and very European geographically. So that's the present situation. Economically, it's, as you can imagine, highly developed. Historically, St. Petersburg was the main industrial city of the empire, remained to be saved under the communist rule. And even now, a lot of serious industry is located there and keep running there. Just one example, Kirovsky Zavod in St. Petersburg continued to be the leading R&D, research and development facility for the development of Russian tanks. And, that's the military side of that. So that's in Gotland, in St. Petersburg. And of course, to add to that, within the recent years, within the last 10 years, the land was, the Baltic Sea area, the Finland Bay area was heavily developed in terms of building new ports, new terminals for the export of various materials from Russia. So we're talking about the new terminals for oil to be delivered and loaded to the tankers, and even the very famous Nord Stream. These two natural gas pipelines, they both start from Ingrid, actually from the Luga area, which is only 14 kilometers to the east from Estonia. So just to imagine how close it is to the European Union land, the NATO. So that's Ingrid. So what to do with it? The advantage is obvious. Independence of such a well-developed land, very well advanced, even compared to the other regions of Russia, is logical. I mean, it can economically be sustainable right from the beginning. There is no need to build new facilities. It's already there. There's no need to decide with the population. Population is enough already, and it's well educated. Again, if you compare the regions of today's Russian Federation, it's hard to find. Maybe except for the exception that is to be given to Moscow and the Moscow region, but that's another story. That's the central. At the moment, I believe nobody knows what to do with that center. And that's concentration of power, which we have there. But we're talking regions. We're thinking how the new states are to be created. And in Germanlandia, it's well, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's much more easier than for the other future states. So just your idea, we were talking at the debate just before, and Ilya very rightly raised the issue of leadership. So St. Petersburg, as any big region of Russia, has a governor, which is obviously the person appointed by Putin and is very unpopular in the region. Everyone believes he's just a stupid guy who is convenient for Putin to run his motherland. Putin was born in St. Petersburg. So that person, can he run the new country? Probably not. He will follow the rules of his boss in Kremlin, and then he'll probably run away or get in jail immediately when Putin is gone. So militarily, there is no independent force. We can all wish that there is a battalion over the regiment of Ingermanlands fighting for Ukraine, but at the moment it's just one person. So it might develop, but maybe not. And I know that Ukraine is not really big. They don't need the national battalions. I mean, they of course happy that we support them and we're happy to support Ukraine and in human resources as well. So if those who are ready to fight themselves, the war, they're welcome to do it. But it's a modern war, so there's no room for independent brigades, battalions, or even smaller regimes in today's military. So we all understand that. So we're not talking about the visible and serious force being already building in terms of people who are ready to take the power with weapons in hand. But it is what it is. We cannot change it. It might change in future, but I would switch back to the idea of proper leadership for the independent in German, because 10 million people can create at least 10 good leaders, and they are already around. Most of oppositional politicians from St. Petersburg, most of them, they just left the country. They are now outside of Russia, and they are serious, or visible at least, fraction of Russian opposition abroad. So those people potentially can lead the new Engerman when the time comes. We'll see.
It's a good point about leaders. I think they're being created right now, not only in the Finlandia, but in many other regions. Okay, thank you. So at last we have somehow gender balanced panel. I would like to invite Maria Chergudayeva to speak about her region.
Yeah. For the politicians and the world community, Russia continues to be associated only with ethnic Russians, white people, Christians. Meanwhile, the lands to the north, to the east, and to the south of Volga River is homeland for more than 100 nationalities, 21 of which have their own statehood in the form of national republic. 4 nations have autonomous regions. The rest, more than 70 ethnic minorities, are on the list, on the UN lists, and live on the territory of the same national republics. 21 national republics in national autonomous regions occupy 45% of the territory of Russia, which is almost approximately 20 Germanies. These truly vast expanses contain 80% of the natural resources of Russia, of today's Russia. That is about $60.5 trillion. Recall that this is more than the United States, which have $45 trillion, and followed by Saudi Arabia and Canada, $33 trillion. To the date, I'd like to make some examples only. Today, diamonds from the Republic of Yakutia, Sakha, account for 82% of Russian potential. Antimony, 82, and uranium, 60. Oh, I should have forgotten my name. This is Yakutia, Sakha, and this Buryatia. Lake Baikal in the Republic of Buryatia makes up 1/5 of the world's fresh water supply. The forest of Buryatia covers 70% of the republic, of the territory republic. In the Republic of Tuva, there are over 2,000 deposits of non-ferrous and rare earth metals. Among them, there are 20 large-scale mineral deposits of the cobalt, lithium, carbonites, tantalum, and tantalum niobate. Today, Yamal Autonomous Region produced 90% of the all natural gas in Russia. They are just only separate examples. According to the 2010 census, more than 30 million people live in the ethnic republics. The share of the young people and underage children is much higher, 24 to 38%, than in other regions, in big cities of Russia, where it's 11 to 12%. A young population means a large working age population, learning on digital literacy, which favors the introduction of new technologies, robotics, and artificial intelligence. Another factor, education in Russia from Moscow to Vladivostok has always been and still is carried out to the uniform standards and uniform textbooks, which historically have been oriented towards European culture, history, architecture. Only European languages were studied in the schools as foreign languages: English, German, French. In this Atlantic European orientation of education, that is the factor directing the aspirations of the population of the new independent countries to the West rather than to China, which is alien or unfavorably and known for oppressing the small peoples in Tibet, Manchuria, and Xinjiang autonomic region. Traveling, studying, and cooperating with Western Europe and USA is much more prestige than doing the same in China. The nations have suffered under the Russian Empire for centuries will be afraid to go to the close ties with another giant and prison of nations. It is only Putin's Russia that can, as an empire with another empire, establish a tight alliance with China. The proof of this, such countries as Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, as well as Mongolia, Kazakhstan, directly bordering China. After 3 years of the independence, they have not yet fallen completely under China's rule. Kazakhstan is proud of its multi-vector policy. At the same time, the same countries suffer from complete political dependence on the Kremlin. Kazakh President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev plays the role of good boy for Moscow. Although Putin, as a real imperialist, does not fit to memorize and pronounce his name correctly. In Kyrgyzstan, the Russian ambassador controls even the contents of the school textbooks, not to mention more serious matters. In Georgia, there is a Kremlin puppet government, Ivanishvili. The Mongolian government, step by step, every day, demonstrate more influence of the Kremlin. I have a lot of friends in Mongolia from both parties, and all alarmed with this tendency. Why it doesn't worry Western politicians? It is a reason for that the new independent states will be attractive for investment, not only for countries of Western Europe and USA, but also for countries such as Kazakhstan, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, which will be able to trade without with our countries without risking to fall into political defense. This will make it much easier to resist the growing pressure from China. It is not secret that Europe has been buying Russian gas throughout Azerbaijan. Buying gas first-hand from the new independent Yamal, Nenets, or Oirak state will be more favorable economically and especially politically. The picture will be incomplete without mentioning the environmental aspect. The new independent states will be small in terms of economic potential. Thereby, the volume of production will be limited to the needs of small countries, and this will have a positive impact on the climate and will make a significant contribution to the fight against the global warming. I'm a member of World Congress and League of Nations. Now I'd like to tell a few words about my homeland. The territory of Republic Kalmykia is 75. This is separate example of the republic's national territory of Republic Kalmykia is 75.9 thousand square kilometers, which is almost twice as large as the territory of such European countries as Denmark and Holland. This is here, and is equal to area to the Czech Republic, where 11 million people live. The population of Oirat Kalmykia is only 270,000 people. The republic occupies a very favorable logistical position between Ukrainian and Kazakhstan, so between Black Sea and Caspian Sea. The southern border of the republic runs along the water area of the Caspian Sea. Oirat Kalmykia is approximately at the same distance, 600 kilometers, from the non-freezing port on the Black Sea, Novorossiysk, and the Ukrainian ports on the Azov Sea, as well 300 and 500 kilometers from the seaports on the Caspian Sea, in Astrakhan and Makhachkala. From the east to the border of Kazakhstan is only 20 kilometers. From the west is the border with Ukraine 400 kilometers. The shortest road from Central Asia to Europe runs throughout Kalmykia. That is why the Tengiz-Novorossiysk oil pipeline, which supplies Kazakhstan's oil across the Black Sea to Europe, runs throughout our republic. To reduce European dependence on Beijing, utilizing alternative trade routes is crucial. In recent years, Europe has discovered Bulgaria and its short distance between Black and Mediterranean seas, what is called Plovdiv instead Beijing. The capital of Elista, a city of Elista, is located at approximately the same geographic latitude as the city of Bologna in Italy. The southern location provides 208 days of the sunshine per year. This is well the large number of winds has led to the fact that since 2022 the Republic has been a net exporter of electricity, mostly generated from renewable energy sources. Kalmykia ranks fourth in the country in the terms of installed capacity of wind power plants and solar power plants. Despite the already significant development, there is a huge potential for the construction of additional high-efficiency wind and solar power plants in the Republic due to the large amount available land and high wind and solar resource. Oirat Kalmykia is the least explored regions, where to date only from 2 to 8% of hydrocarbon reserves have been explored. No, this is economical indicators, and Kalmykia has a middle place in the European list. This is a natural resource. You can read self-ideas about this situation. I'd like more. Kalmykia has natural gas deposits. Within the Evgeninsky alluvial district, there are forecast resources of zirconium dioxide, titanium dioxide, rare earth metals, and construction materials. The semi-desert landscape with short winters and little snow allows cattle breeding with year-round grazing on the steppes. Meat from Kalmykia is well-known brand as one of the tastiest biological natural products. This is another wealth of the Oiler Kalmyk Republic. The Republic ranks first in the number of sheep reaching figures of the more than 1 to 2 million heads of sheep alone, excluding horses, camels, and cattle. Sorry, I have lost making my text. Okay. So another factor is this population. Kalmykia has a first place in Russia with educated range. And so the children and have the 25% of the population. So I think this is a big advantage for future development of our republic. So I can't talk about all national republics. This is huge territories. It is richness and diversity of natural resources. This is young population. This is high educated population. And this is the European orientation or Atlantic European orientation. This is the conditions for further development of very well successful cooperation with the European and USA.
Each time I listen about different republics of the Russian Federation, I think, just imagine how successful those countries can become if the resources are directed for the development of the countries and not to sustain corrupt Putin regime or his imperialistic wars. How developed, how successful those countries can become. Okay, let's go to another region. Mr. Gashako, I think we'll need translation.
Thank you very much. Буду громко говорить. Translate. Уважаемые леди и господа,
Dear ladies and gentlemen,
огромное вам спасибо. Сегодня вы собрались, защищая права всех колонизированных народов Московии.
thank you so much for coming. Today you are defending the rights of all colonized nations of Russia.
Вы приехали сюда сегодня в Лондон из разных стран мира, люди из разных национальностей, из разных религиозных конфессий.
You came here today to London from different countries, cities, nationalities, and religion groups.
Переходя к нашим проблемам, я хочу коротко разъяснить. Я сам из Татарстана, являюсь премьер-министром правительства независимого Татарстана, живу в Англии.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Tatar. I'm vice president of independent Tatarstan in exile.
Возвращаясь к нашим проблемам Татарстана,
Speaking about problems of Tatarstan,
хочу сказать, это мощнейшая республика в Российской Федерации, один из субъектов, где мощные экономические заводы, фабрики, где добывается газ, нефть и другие природные ресурсы.
Tatarstan is a vast republic in Russia that have a lot of factories, gas, oil.
Также с нами соседствует республика Башкортостан, тоже мощнейший экономический потенциал. Республика Башкортостан.
Next to us is the Republic of Bashkortostan, also a vast republic with a huge potential.
Вот огромное спасибо. Тут английский блогер Фреда, он освещает нашу проблему народов Идел-Урала. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the president. is here with us today.
Продолжая проблему Татарстана, в том числе народов Урала, англичане, политики, общественники, экономисты, властные структуры, средства массовой информации должны поддержать не только проблему татарского народа, Татарстана, а народов Урала, Сибири, Айрат-Камышска, в том числе кавказских и других, Нидерланды, Карелии, должны защищать права всех народов, колонизированных народов Московии.
I believe that politicians must defend the rights of Tatarstan, of Bashkortostan, and all other regions of Russia.
Почему это нужно? Вот в последнее время только из Татарстана в Москву отправляется в виде налога $1 260 миллионов.
Why it's needed? Because only from Tatarstan there is $1 200 million sent as taxes to Moscow.
Это еще не трагедия. Из Татарстана, в том числе представители колонизированных народов, отправляется, чтобы уничтожать украинцев, сирийцев, грузин, эстонцев, в том числе африканцев, в разных странах мира. Наши представители колонизированных народов участвуют в оккупационных войсках в разных странах мира. Этого не должно быть.
In addition, Russian government uses Tatars to fight against Ukrainians, against Syrians, also in Africa. This should not happen.
Вот поэтому Англия, европейцы, Америка, Канада, все демократические государства должны нас поддержать.
Therefore, Canada, United States, Great Britain, they all must support us.
Еще сейчас я скажу более положительный момент для нас. После начала российско-украинской войны активизировался тюркский мир во главе президента Реджепом Эрдоганом.
Since the war in Ukraine started, the Turkish world woke up with the leadership of Erdogan.
Наши представители в Турции, наши общественники ведут работу с правительством Турции.
Our representative in Turkey, they work closely with the government of Turkey.
И оттуда идет к нам положительная информация. Они просят, чтобы тюрки России активизировались, в том числе в Поволжской республике Татарстан, татары, Башкортостан, Башкирия и Чувашия. Это три национальности считаются тюрками Урала.
They all say that Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, and also Chuvashia activists, they all need to rise up.
Мы, тюрки Российской Федерации, должны активно вести работу для развала Российской империи, для уничтожения Русской империи. Иначе для нас, тюрков, для народов и финно-уйгуров, в том числе для других народов, не будет свободы.
We, Turkish nations, we must work to dismantle Russian Empire. Otherwise, there will be no republics of ours.
Вот эта карта.
This is the map.
Это карта Урала. Тут Республика Татарстан, Башкортостан, Чувашия, Удмуртия, Мари-Эл.
This is the map of Ural, Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Chuvashia, Maри-Эл, Удмуртия.
Если эти республики станут свободными, в Мордовии живут Эльза, Макшани, они должны в Мордовии создать свои республики.
When these republics will be free, they must
create their own government.
Тут в зале среди нас находится журналист Daily Express Джон. Я хочу передать эту карту для редакции Daily Express и в том числе карту Идел Урала.
We have here a Daily Express journalist, and Mr. Kashapov wants to give you this map.
Please.
Хорошо, я возьму. Спасибо большое.
И, все, thank you very much. А я думал, они, может быть, откажутся.
He thought he will refuse.
И вот это флаг Идел Урала.
Also the flag of Idel Ural.
Да, мы думаем, дай бог, в будущем республики Идел Урала будет создано независимое государство, они будут также жить, как страны Европы.
We hope in the future republics of the world will be free and independent, the same as European countries.
Огромное вам спасибо.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Можно... Есть фотосессии.
Наоборот, поверните.
А я снимал. Я снял. А с вами?
It would be good for front lines tomorrow on Daily Express, right?
Сейчас скажите, это для нас, татар, для колонизированных народов, это честь, уважение, исторический момент.
For us, it's a big moment.
Okay, let's continue to make history here.
Я учился.
Учился? О,
Может, это много лет назад сейчас.
а вы уже почти татарин.
Thank you. So we have guests online with us. This is Prime Minister of Ichkeria, Ahmed Zakayev. Are you with us? Mr. Zakayev? And I see a Member of Parliament and Officer of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Lyudmila Minister, is with us. Good to see you. Since we do not have...
Mute. She's mute. Ask from mute.
Natasha.
They together speak. Ask them from
Okay, Lyudmila, you are welcome to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. First of all, hello everyone, and I would like to thank the organizers of this forum as well as the representatives of all the free nations that are currently occupied by Russian Federation for your support for Ukraine. I've already heard lots of words of support to my country in our fight against the unprovoked and unjustified full-scale Russian invasion. And I would like to specifically thank all of you who are fighting alongside the Ukrainian armed forces together with us as part of the Chechen battalions and Russian free battalions in the Ukrainian armed forces. We really feel and appreciate your support and your participation in these difficult times for my country. And I know that with lots of you were sharing the same pains and the same historical moments of injustice, genocide, and international crimes that we're seeing every day coming from Russian Federation. As the subject of this panel is dedicated more to the economy, I'm sure that security considerations are going to be discussed further, but I would like to draw the attention of our panel to the economic consequences of the post-Russia, and especially and specifically to draw the attention of the Western world on how Russia was using and still is using economic and hybrid instruments as the instruments of war. And we've seen this at the beginning of the full-scale invasion in Ukraine, how Russia was using its presence on the European energy markets to blackmail the entire civilized world, heightening the prices and playing on the very huge dependence of Europe on the Russian energy resources. Russia is trying to do the same now with the food market, threatening the worldwide food security by blocking constantly the grain deal and trying to offer Russian so-called solutions to the actually self-created crises. The terrorist attack on the Kakhovka Dam was one of the steps, military steps, in order to make the world more dependent on grain supplies from Russia. And these atrocity crimes, as I see them, cannot be left without the proper reaction of the entire civilized world. We already saw that in the previous presentation how rich the Russian regions are. But unfortunately, I've traveled the entire Russia, and we don't see those riches in the regions where they are allocated. As the colonial state, Russia is basically strengthening its metropolis, Moscow, by dragging all the resources from the entire state to Moscow, just with one and only reason: to protect the central power of FSB promoted regime of Putin. So we should look at the post-Russia and at all the events that will be coming next, also from the economic perspective. That will help us to forge new alliances and think already now about the place that each nation that is now occupied by Russia will take in the new world. And here I would encourage all of you also to start thinking about it as the future of post-Russia economy. A post-Russia economy that is free, that promotes the principles of free markets and free competition, that does not depend on any political influences and can promote and support the nations of Russia in their further development. Politically, the Ukrainian parliament already made unprecedented steps in order to support the right of self-determination of the people that are occupied by Russia right now. We have adopted the first resolution that was calling for the civilized states to recognize the right of self-determination of the nations of Russia. And further, we have also recognized the occupation of the Free Republic of Ichkeria. We have now established a special temporary commission to elaborate further on Ukraine's policy towards the free nations of Russia, which in my opinion will also include the economic ties and future economic architecture of post-Russia. So we have a lot of work ahead and a lot to do together. Ukraine is standing very strongly together with you in your fight for freer and more democratic and free nations that will appear as a Russian regime will be collapsing, which is not a question now, it's our mutual goal that we have to all pursue. I remain optimist, so I'm sure that the victory of Ukraine in the war is going to be the crucial element for all these processes to start. And it's our goal now to prepare for this process, to make it as structural, peaceful, democratic as possible. And together, I'm sure, with all our allies, we will be able to reach this goal.
Thank you so much for your perfect speech, for everything you do in the parliament and in the army. Now I would like to give the floor to the Prime Minister of Ichkeria, Ahmed Zakayev. Unfortunately, he was not able to be here in London with us physically, but at least we will listen to him online. Mr. Zakayev, the floor is yours. Just a minute, we cannot hear you. No, you seem to have some technical problems. We cannot hear you. Can you check your microphone? We cannot hear you.
We should be okay because with Mila's signal, I think it's.
No, it's okay. There are some problems on your side.
Could you ask, please, Ahmed, try to unmute because we are okay.
It's not good if you need to switch the sound source.
Switch source, yeah.
Switch what? Sound source. You have to switch your sound source.
Microphone.
Microphone. Switch to microphone.
Microphone. Check the microphone setting.
Microphone settings.
Уважаемый Ахмед, проверьте, пожалуйста, микрофон у вас подключен или нет. Мы вас не слышим, мы вас видим, но не слышим, наверное, не работает. No, tell one more time.
Okay, let's try once again. No. No.
С телефона потому что.
No, it's not working.
Probably could you ask Ahmed to try it from telephone for us?
Can you try it once again from the phone? We still cannot hear you.
Connection to audio. It's connecting to audio. Connect to audio. Yes, you should unmute now. Just unmute. Unmute. Because it's mute,
on the
but
phone
it
it's
is
muted.
It should be unmute.
Unmute the microphone.
Just ask to unmute. Yep. Yeah.
Your microphone is off on the telephone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alex, do you hear me now?
Yeah. At last we can hear you. Right? You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Dear participants of the Forum of Free Peoples in Post-Russia, with deep respect and inspiration, I welcome you to this significant and historic event. We live in an era where the importance of such platforms for dialogue and discussions cannot be overstated. The path to freedom, self-determination, and full sovereignty of peoples remains one of the key challenges of our time. Decolonization, liberation from the legacy of the past, and the establishment of just and equal relations among nations require courage, determination, and unity from us. Today, coming together on this forum, we aim to give voice to all peoples whose rights have long been ignored or suppressed. Our goal is to build bridges of understanding and cooperation to ensure a fair and sustainable future for all post-Russian peoples. In each of you, I see a representative of unique culture, and rich history and rich heritage. It is your contribution, your experience, and your determination that can be decisive on this path to freedom and independence. Due to the war in Ukraine, discussions and debates have arisen regarding whether the Russia retains its status as a federation. With the beginning of Putin's rule in Russia, an active process of centralization began. The federal principles laid down in the 1993 constitution were questioned and revised. Regions were losing autonomy, and their powers were limited in favor of the federal center. This trend has not only raised concern among regional elites, but has also been a cause of social discontent. Difference in the development level in regions' social and economic problems were exacerbated due to the lack of flexibility and adaptability in addressing local issues. One of the key aspects of this discussion is Russia's refusal to renew federal agreements with regional entities. The development of the situation in Russia reminds me of the situation in the USSR during the Soviet-Afghan War. Whether the Russian Federation can repeat the fate of the Soviet Union is the subject of discussions and reflections. This question is complex and multifaceted, and the answer depends on many factors. Also, many factors and circumstances in contemporary Russia resemble the situation in the USSR before its dissolution. There are also numerous differences that exacerbate Russia's problems. The main difference is the war in Ukraine. The outcome of this war will be a determining factor. Wars always leave behind complex social, economic, and political consequences. After the war with Ukraine, Russia is likely to face a crisis, increased social tensions, and the threat of the disintegration. If Russia is determined to endure and serve its diversity, both geographically, culturally, and confederate structure, or federation with expanded regional powers, maybe the only viable solution. Such approach can ensure the harmonious development of all parts of the country, taking into account the peculiarities and needs. It's important to understand that such transformation requires deep political reform, change in the constitutional system, and the most importantly, conductive referendums in the regions. Referendums are not only an expression of democratic principles, but also a key mechanism for allowing peoples to determine their path to development and their future. However, to create a stable and just governance system within a state of the union states, it's crucial to respect the rights of every people to self-determination. The primary step in this process is to provide peoples with the opportunity to determine their destiny based on their cultural, historical, and social values. Only after this principle is recognized and implemented can discussions about possible models of the state structure, whether it be a federation or a confederation, take place. The creation of federal or confederal system itself requires mutual trust and respect among the participants parties. Therefore, even with such a system, people should be granted to broadest powers to ensure their participation in key decision making. However, the final choice for the organization form should be solely depend on the will of the people themselves, who will decide which path best reflect their interests and aspirations. In conclusion, it's crucial for the peoples of post-Russia to realize that only Ukraine's success in the war with Russia can provide them with a historical opportunity to regain their sovereignty and independence. The Ukrainian people are certainly currently risking their lives and shedding blood not only for their rights to independence, but also to provide other peoples who feel oppressed by Kremlin's policies a chance for the freedom. This is not just an act of heroism on Ukraine's part. It's a challenge for all of us. Therefore, our duty is not only to express gratitude to Ukraine for its struggle, but also to actively support it in this challenging battle. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prime Minister Zakayev, for your struggle and for your support of Ukraine. Okay, we now move to our final speaker, last but not least, very active representative of different international fora, Günther Fellinger.
Thanks a lot for this opportunity. My name is Günther Fellinger. I'm an Austrian economist and development consultant, and I'm very honored to speak here, and I support the freedom of all your nations. I was also in Washington at this conference. Yeah, my name is Günther Fellinger. I'm actually the chairman of the Austrian Committee for Austria, for Ukraine, for Kosovo, and for Bosnia to join NATO. And we have also a public petition in Austria running for that. And if you have any Austrian friends, it would be nice to support also this petition. Neutrality in this time of war is immoral, irresponsible, and against EU and NATO solidarity. So there shouldn't be any neutrality in the case of such atrocities. And also my today's focus will be also that Russian Serbia must be isolated and defunded. Yes, my call is for the free world to unite. What we absolutely need to do is, first of all, to unite more. This must be the answer to the Russian war. And also, we have to understand who are our enemies and what are their institutions, and we have to actively dismantle them. Here it's very clear, BRICS is an enemy alliance. We must dismantle, actively promote the dismantlement of BRICS. We have the OECD for that, and there's no need for BRICS. OPEC is absolutely an enemy alliance. We have the OECD, we can offer membership in that international institution. G20, we don't need that. We have the OECD. We also don't need the Shanghai Cooperation Council. We have the OECD. We have simply to enlarge the existing institutions. We have also no need for the Eurasian Customs Union. We have the European Customs Union. We can offer it, for example, to Armenia, as I've done in this September. And also there is no need for the CSTO. And we have the NATO Partnership for Peace and potentially NATO membership. There is also no need for the CIS. We have the Regional Cooperation Council, which we have for the Balkan countries now. We can extend it easily for the Caucasus, for Ukraine, and also for your future countries, because that's very important. If you emerge really as democracies, you must also have institutions to work together. We have built all these institutions for the Balkan countries, for the ex-Yugoslavian countries, and they are working very well in the field of energy and also in the field of transport, and all these institutions the US funded together with the American partners in the last 20 years. I worked for many of them. They all exist, and I made several videos about it. And please join the Regional Cooperation Council, because we know exactly what to do with new emerging nations, because it's not the first time. There's ex-Yugoslavian nations, 7 of them, they all work very well. And it's actually a role model. And in the English-speaking world, unfortunately, there's a negative perception of Balkanization, but it's the freedom of new nations, and they work very well. All the 7 ex-Yugoslavian countries, including Kosovo, work very well. And also it was the right thing for the ex-Soviet Union, and it's also the good thing for the ex-Russia. And we should have a positive spin on that one in the English-speaking media. Here in the UK, I want to make a call for unity, because there is absolutely necessity for the United Kingdom to return to the European Union together with Ukraine in 2029. I'm calling here that we can only win if we are united, so the UK must also join. And you see, the UK is the quintessential European nation. Without you, we couldn't have defended Ukraine, because we in Europe, we can pay a lot, but the UK military resources, the speed and the competence and also the technology were decisive to repel the Russian attack. Storm Shadow is just one example. And economically, the UK is not doing so well anyhow outside of the EU. So Brexit is a complete failure. So it was part of a Russian strategy to divide us. So we need actually more unity. How we will do it? My proposal here, for the EU to join NATO, the EU itself to join NATO, that is my campaign, to have a free trade agreement with the United States of America, and also to do all this enlargement, which we courageously have now started. This was basically for Ukraine to get the promise of EU membership. So if Ukraine can join the EU, it's also possible for the United Kingdom. And this is essential to also share the costs of enlargement and the costs of reconstruction. Because why should the EU taxpayers pay alone? The UK has a 3 trillion economy. You must share as well in victory, liberation, reconstruction, and EU integration of Ukraine, which will be in the hundreds of billions. And that is also necessary. And this will be a different EU. That's also the case democratically, because it will be EU of 37 member states. And that's will be a much more open EU, much stronger part of the West. And so there's absolutely a case for the return of the United Kingdom. Yes, for the dismantlement. That's I know I'm also a social media personality. I know that's a bit controversial. Some have criticized me in the last months for that. But since the BRICS summit in August, I have called for the dismantlement of the BRICS members. I've called for the dismantlement of India, of Brazil, and of South Africa. And I go to all the list, because we need a more active and in a way also aggressive forward agenda. We need to say, if you really, after 1.5 years of war of Russia in Ukraine and genocide and this war of aggression, are still dancing around with Putin or with Lavrov in the BRICS summit, and you think that's cool, then there is something fundamentally wrong in India, in Brazil, and in South Africa. It cannot be the lack of information. It must be in that democracy, in that system there. And if India is then aligning with Russia on that conditions, then India is not part of the free world. And the discussion, and I'm now very popular, for example, in the movement of the Sikhs. I didn't know a lot of them, but they invite me for Twitter spaces. And, why not to actively then discuss their relations? And it's absolutely necessary to have a forward agenda, because Russia has declared war on us. It's not we having declared war on Russia. But our fundamental problem in our analysis is that we don't understand that Russia has declared war on us. They are waging it economically against Europe. Now we had last year the blow-up of the pipeline of Nord Stream 2. It was a part of their economic war escalation against us to freeze us. Now again they have blown up the pipeline in between Finland and Estonia. And they really try with the energy weapon, with the food weapon, with, of course, militarily in Ukraine. But on all fronts, from Israel to Kosovo to Caucasus, they are actively waging war against us. And we somehow are defensively not accepting it, looking still for a settlement. And this is absolutely not the strategy for success. I have no doubt that we will win, but we need a little bit of more aggressive and counter-responsive and a better understanding what we are doing. And it's important here. We need to say yes to NATO, EU, OECD, and the euro. There's nothing wrong in our institutions. It's absolutely justifiable to call for the euro for Romania, for Poland, for Hungary, for Sweden. This is absolutely necessary. There's nothing wrong in the euro. There's nothing wrong in the EU. Norway, of course, should join the EU. It's nothing wrong here. There's nothing wrong in the OECD. We need to actively promote our institutions, and we need to believe in them. And we need also to conclude free trade agreements as EU with Mercosur. And of course, this is a big mistake that we don't have one with the United States of America. And we need also to recognize Kosovo. All countries need to recognize Kosovo. We need also to fall in line on a common trade policy to contain China. And of course, to also work against Iran and Russia. I've made already, and to join a full boycott, not only sanctions, but a boycott of them. I have made here the list. It's a lot of information. I apologize for that, but you can see on my Twitter feed. This is my list of things which I have defined in the year 2020, what we as the West have not done. It's a long list, of countries who have not joined NATO, like Austria, countries who have not joined the Euro, like Romania, and countries who have not recognized Kosovo, for example, and so on and so on. And what we have done some progress since the war. This was the wake-up moment. This is a tremendous epoch-changing moment, the war. And we have done some things like Ukraine in the European Union, the candidate status. It was impossible in 2017 when Poroshenko wanted it. It was impossible in 2020. It was possible in 2022, and it's historic. But these are the 11 things which we have done in the first 3 months basically from February to June. And we have done nothing else. Since 1 year again, we are completely paralyzed. And this is not how we win this war. I would be amiss if I'm in the United Kingdom. Please allow me also to call for Ireland to join NATO, because that's my big campaign in June. And it's outrageous that they feel morally justified and a little bit superior to the United Kingdom. And there is not a big debate in the United Kingdom why the Ireland should stay neutral. It was a bit of a debate in June, and I posted 1,500 posts on that one, maybe too much. But really, there is no reason for neutrality in the European Union. And the UK, with your role in Ireland, with your role in Malta and in Cyprus, could really do something here. And also you, by the way, are the state guarantee power of Austrian limitation of sovereignty with the State Treaty of 55. And you are not really active, as if Austria wouldn't care, Ireland wouldn't care. You are very much status quo, and status quo will not win us this war. Yes, the EU joined NATO. I know that's a bit controversial. Not everybody likes it. Also, the Germans don't like it. Nobody really likes it. Yeah. But the next step for our nationhood, for our unionhood, for our relevance in the world must be also our capability to join an alliance. And that will be my campaign for the European elections 2024. Yes, we have done some things. We have also made some kind of agreement between EU and NATO first time, because it was so bad the last years that there was no even a meeting on Secretary General level, but now they have really done a lot, but it needs to be much more integrated. Yes, our enemies' name, I listed them again. These are the enemies. These are the enemy institutions. We must learn to say it. The CSO and CIS and OPEC and EIU and BRICS, these are the enemies. We shouldn't have any kind of hesitation to say it like this. And also we have all the institutions to replace them. Yes, my proposal, I will make that also in Paris tomorrow or in 2 days when we are there. You know, the Union of Market Democracies is the OECD. We have frozen our complete enlargement of that institution as well. We have it, it's working. It worked very good for the reconstruction of Europe. It worked very good after World War II. It worked very well for the reconstruction of Eastern Europe. And now we have not used it, and I really lack any understanding for that. And here is exactly the institution which can compete with BRICS. And this is what we should do. I hope that Paris, the capital of the free world, will be popular in Paris tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's popular here in the UK, but nevertheless, this is the institution, and this is what we should do together in order to win this war. The Russians are not so sleepy like we are, not so happy. Yeah? The Russian strategists are really working. They sit in Moscow and they discuss every day what kind of painful things they can give us. Where can we punch in the weak underbelly of the West and the free world? Yeah? And what we have done, they have removed the Speaker of the House. America is political chaos now. The budget process for Ukraine is paralyzed. In Kosovo, and they have made a terror attack last 2 weeks. Yeah. In Caucasus, they have made the full attack. Yeah. And in Israel, this horrible Hamas thing. You tell me, of course, that's not connected to them losing ground in Ukraine. I think the more the Ukrainians make success, the more Russia will go all the fault lines of the West and put a lot of punches against us. And that this is basically out of the 1973 Yom Kippur book. I have speculated about similar things already, and they know exactly what to do. They have the proxies to do that, and they do us a lot of harm, and we will be distracted. And we have not accepted that this is a global confrontation. And if we don't accept the fundamental analysis that they wage war against us, we will certainly not be able to win it. Yeah, certainly about the UN debate, we must of course also either end the UN or reform it. Here is basically my proposal, and I will also call, and I've called already, about the European Union to take the seat of France in the UN Security Council, and also that Russia must be out of the UN Security Council because they have broken all the rules, and it makes no sense in this organization with Russia in the UN Security Council. Yes, about the economy, in the last 30 years since the breakup of the Soviet Union, the world economy has immensely benefited. It was the most successful generation of the history of the world. It is amazing what we have achieved from 5.5 billion people to 8 billion people. So in one generation, we have added about 2.5 billion people to the planet. We have also had about 25 trillion GDP. We have now quadrupled the GDP in the last 30 years. So it's enormously successful. So our world order is not in any kind of fundamental need of undoing like Putin wants it. But what we need is, of course, to update it and not the status quo just continued. We need to enlarge, evolve, and reform our system. And we have not done it since 2014, basically. And that's the problem. Our system is complete, and we are also losing out. But from the 105 trillion GDP, 60%, about 60 trillion, are still generated by NATO, EU, and OECD members. So we shouldn't forget that, because Putin has the mental grip on our brains that we are somehow crumbling, but in reality we are still by far, and in no comparison to the Cold War, we are by far the more advanced technological, fiscally, and in all aspects ready to win, but we just need to be more united, and that's my call for European and global unity of the free world. Thanks a lot. I have here, because this was already discussed, of course we must dismantle, but to dream about dismantlement of our enemies without being able to be more united ourselves is of course not really working. And my call, which I made already on several of the forums, to the representatives of the new nations from Kalmykia and Tatarstan, I have personally experienced the freedom of Montenegro and of Kosovo. And if Montenegro and Kosovo can be free, Tatarstan and Kalmykia can be free. Absolutely. You must study this example, you must learn how they did it, and you must copy it successfully. Same as Montenegro, same as Kosovo, and same as Ukraine. And they are free, and they will be free, so will be you. Good. My last speculation, I have made that in Washington as well. It's a bit less likely, but the Milosevic scenario would be still possible, and I still call for it, and it's the logic. We have 2024, there will be the next elections of Putin in March, he will run again, and it's of course after this defeat, which I really pray it will happen, but it's now more doubtful. But the strategy would be to have defeat, then to have a fake election of Putin, and then to have a Russian Spring, Maidan in Russia, and of course together with the rise. And this was exactly as Mrs. Albright has done it in Yugoslavia, in Serbia. This was exactly how it worked in the 5th of October 2000. 1 month after the elections in September, Milosevic was toppled. This is what I wish for. Will it be like this? This is the moment you will see in March and May 2024. Either it's possible to break Russia and Putin's power, or maybe he will stay for a very long time. So we have to organize around that moment, in my view. Yeah, that's me, that's my podcast, and that's my Twitter feed. Please follow me. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Peter. I'm sure that your speech raises many comments, questions, but since we are running out of schedule, I suggest we do some networking and discuss it during our short lunch. And let's try to return to our next panel in 20 minutes. So 10 minutes plus 1, we will continue our forum. Thank you. Yes, it's already.
I don't know why.
Please, coffee.
It's very complicated, but we don't want the time.
No, what you it's very simple if your brain wins. That's the big problem. I imagine myself. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow to Paris. In the morning, I'm free.
Right. I'm on the internet or something like that.
Yeah, anytime. I'm very interested in media coverage. You just have to go like this.
But funny normally because immediately my campaign material drops out.
Right, yeah, it should work.
For the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'm here all the time.
Yeah. I have a meeting for about an hour
I didn't get one.
I hope I was logically consistent.
Oh, you were. I in fact, like, actually, there's a lot to talk about. That's my
Yeah, big politicians from there.
That's actually really very good.
I
shouldn't take it too serious, right? They're a bit crazy, right?
I'm involved, I was a young conservative, so I know many of your young conservatives who are now parliamentarians. And we had in the 90s already these big debates with Andrew Rosendale and these people. And they were always saying, yeah, we have to leave, we have to leave. And they were funnily telling it to Slovakians and to people who wanted to join. And so, you are rich already. And you have all the wealth of the world accumulated in Ukraine. For you, it's not so important.
No, but it still is.
But for the rest.
Yeah. I mean,
it would have not gone without putting all the media and financial effort behind it.
It certainly benefits them. I mean, it's a great way to sort of provide encouraging Brexit, right? So they certainly were against Brexit.
It will be.
Yeah. Sort of rearrange the
It's become a point, nothing is sure now because the war will further escalate. You've seen what they've done in Israel now, and they we are going in a much harder phase now. This is just the beginning of the war.
Also, what's happening in Serbia,
It's the Russian strategy.
They're trying to well,
They all our weak points, which we have not fixed because they were complicated, and our political capital to fix things was small. Caucasus, Balkan, Israel, Middle East, Libya. Libya will be the next or something like that. I don't know where they strike, but they go for all the fault lines.
Absolutely. And also, it would help that you can also more
It's a possibility, but it's not so.
But I agree,
It's not so. But of course, now
what they
will do is now, and there will be total destruction of Gaza, and this will lead to a lot of Islamic terrorism. And that will be very divisive when we have this kind of Paris bombing again and London bombings and of people who lost family now in the Israeli counter-strike, and they will be ready for a lot. And that will distract all our energy away from Ukraine into the Middle East and the Islamic countries. And that will be exactly in June 2024 we have European elections and many other elections at the same time in America, in Russia, in Ukraine. And so this will be very, very complicated for us. The most complicated years are still to come.
I tend to agree for sure. My interest is how do you get rid of it, right?
You have to study Albright, what you did with Ukraine.
Yeah, you mentioned it, and I have a look at it, but I think it's going to take a lot of that's why people instead of getting rid of some scholarship,
to support this movement, to recognize the new states, and to organize the Russian None of our Western leaders want to and all the way we support Ukraine is exactly mentioned not to have a great innovation. It's why we give solid the defeat of Putin, because the defeat now is not under normal circumstances. We should have defeated it wouldn't be relatively easy in the last 3 months to push back the Russians with the they have power and it's not so complicated to bring the Americans because they have hundreds of airplanes available in Europe and America. They could have handed over these airplanes and give them in line. We know how to handle them with misinformation that they cannot handle. And with this aircraft, they would be in Mariupol already.
Because they reckon Ukraine is going to activate the adapt to be able to use some Soviet and they won't attack that well. They can get trained in Germany. No need for German military personnel to go to Ukraine, right? Go on forever.
Anytime you, I said you might. I don't know if you have a photo of mine, then you have my number. Once again, you like it? Thanks for coming. You can stay at Roma if you want, but you have to probably to study. Yes, exactly. Don't get distracted, study.
Thank you so much.
Study hard.
Don't be distracted by politics.
I love it, I like not just old thinking, but
can split most of the money. Most of the money, but about 10% of the money is there. And this was for 20 years. We always do what the Germans want. They only use sanctions, but we implement it as then we are going to keep going one by one the Russian ways to it. Whenever it's not there, Yes, yes, yes. Very small at the moment.
To serve more than myself. So, you know, institutions can have extra
Нет, у нас вообще отдельная группа делает такую же санкцию, но отдельную работу. Которые тут организаторы и Мария, Россия, там, где у меня работают, там знаете, меня Нет, я приду домой и не Плохая связь, видимо, из-за того, что Wi-Fi. Она отличается от практики, тем, что это взгляд ученых людей, о том, какая должна быть территория острова. Это отличается от того, что хотят кампусы. Она сконцентрирована на наших интересах. И у меня не все чиновники, я соглашаюсь с руководителем города, я там специально настаиваю все коллективы. Очень много. 3 академика, 4 доктора наук, 2 генерала, ну, 8. Солидный коллектив.
там, где у меня рыбалка. Отобрал зубу, которая отбирается. Они говорят, летит никак, кусочек. Я говорю, я как раз мы другие страны раздали целые территории. И материалы, которые я присылаю вам, это некий прообраз того, что там зачем Британия, какая часть на какие части распадется, это была публикация 2 месяца назад, 3 месяца назад. Ничего не подтверждает. Я никого не знаю. Единственное, но не действующий политик не является государством. Он просто все. Пока ничего. И поднять этот вопрос, зачем Британии развал России? Это можно проговорить. Я вышел, потому что я англоязычную у нас мой английский не настолько хороший, чтобы я мог писать. Поэтому я давал проверять, я владею моя жена преподает немецкий ведет исследовательскую работу, ее Б. Но у нее своя работа, у меня своя. Если у вас через знакомых родственников нашел одного из владельцев посылал статью, сказал, очень интересно, и пропал. Потом ходили на другого члена палаты округа, тоже имел отношение. Он показал редактор, который сказал, что я обязательно свяжусь сам. Исчез. То есть оно пока не интересно. Но сейчас на фоне того, что как изменилось все завод, особенно сейчас угорелся Израиль, завтра, если оно не появлялось когда вся Европа и Англия, и Америка ждут террористических ударов, меняется вообще восприятие, война становится ближе. И внимание переключается. Сегодня спрос и вопросы будут чуть-чуть и может быть то, что год назад было рано, сегодня уже хорошо и вовремя.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue our work. I would like to invite to the floor Edward Lucas, Johnny Varnati.
Thank you that you come. Thank you for all your work. So these times are people contemporary.
Okay. We'll start video probably. This is the axis of
The best way is to
During the last several months, we have seen a series of worrying events. I mean, worrying concerning for the entire global security, I would say. This is open and closer cooperation of Russia with the Northern Korea. This is silent approval of Russian actions by China. Then we saw what's happening in Israel during last week. So we witnessed clear formation of the new axis of evil. We started basically from the Russian full-scale invasion, and now it's getting like clear forms. So this is what we are going to talk in today's panel. So first of all, we have heard three speakers, and I would like to invite Mr. Edward Lucas, well-known professor of many books, who is working on this topic for quite a while. And I would like to give the first floor to Mr. Lucas to talk about the axis of evil and how do we avoid it.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. And I want to start off by endorsing what my friend Günther said in the previous session. If anyone had told me in Britain in the 1970s that Baltic states would regain their independence and would be members of the EU and NATO, or Montenegro would be independent, or many of the other things he mentioned, we would have said this is completely impossible. And I remember with blistering and unpleasant clarity the sense of desperation we had in the 1970s when we were not only in the depth of the Cold War, but we felt we were losing the Cold War. And so it's really important to see these things in historical perspective. I have no idea what will happen after the end of fighting in Ukraine, but I do know that we absolutely must talk about it and inform ourselves, and these meetings are absolutely crucial. I've been doing this, as you would have inferred, since the 1970s, and so I have something of a historical perspective. But I want to talk a little bit about this kind of axis of evil, and secondly, why it really works. It's important not to regard China and Russia as allies. This is an old-fashioned great power partnership based upon ruthless calculations of self-interest, and they've decided that they're better off getting on with each other than not, and they've decided not to have arguments about things they could have arguments about. So they spy on each other, and when they catch each other's spies, there is not a huge row, they sort it out quietly. They've decided not to have arguments about Central Asia, that is Russianized, Russian backyard, where the Chinese Party state has made considerable inroads, and decided not to have an argument about the Arctic, that again Russia regards the Arctic as its own area, doesn't like particularly the idea of China moving into the Arctic. And again we just see this sort of pragmatic decision not to have arguments, and pragmatic decisions to cooperate. And we're seeing this particularly with regard to the war in Ukraine. I think China has played that. This was obviously a huge blunder by Putin, but China has played it quite cleverly. And the single most important thing to take away from this is that China, when I say China, I mean not Free China, the Republic of China or Taiwan, I mean the Communist Party state in Beijing, has made itself into a player in European security for the first time ever. This is chiefly because of the perception, largely grounded in reality, that Xi Jinping and his team have put pressure on Putin over nuclear safeguarding. This is perhaps the one thing that unites all Europeans, North Americans, and the so-called West, is the fear of nuclear escalation. And it seems that there has been a pretty clear message from Beijing to Moscow: we don't like this. And this has immediately meant that every European who goes to Beijing says to their Chinese interlocutors, please keep up the pressure. And so we see, as given China some political purchase in Europe. There's also the question of what China PRC is going to supply to the Russian war machine and other war-related elements. Also, of course, this rather flimsy peace plan. So never before in European history have we had the PRC leadership with a seat at the table. That's a big win for them, even though they haven't gained any practical advantage from it. It's also a defeat in a way for Russia. And my friend Andrei Pionkovsky put this very well when he said any alliance between Russia and China is like an alliance between a rabbit and a boa constrictor. Ends badly for the rabbit, and I'm afraid Russia in this sense is the rabbit. It leads on to some other more difficult things then. There is a strong, I've just come back from Washington DC, and there is a strong line of thought now on the Republican side in Washington DC, epitomized or exemplified by the work of Ulrich Colvin, who is the leading foreign policy thinker on the Trump side, that it's in the United States' interest to try and get Russia to break the partnership between Russia and China and get Russia on the side of the United States against China. I don't need to tell this audience that this was a bad idea and won't work, but that's not the point. The point is there's a lot of people on the Republican side believe it. They say our number one priority is containing China. The Europeans have proved to be useless. Russia might be quite useful. So let's forget the Europeans, stop involving Russia, and see if we can get Putin on our side against the PRC. And that really bothers me. And that would be terrible for Ukraine, terrible for Europe, and in the end, terrible for the United States and for the cause of freedom in Russia. So there's a lot to worry about there. The other point I want to make is, why is this axis of evil doing so well in other countries? One of the most depressing aspects of the war in Ukraine has been that the sanctions on Russia and support for Ukraine have come very largely from the countries of what one might call the Old West. That's the European Union and NATO, the Five Eyes countries, and a few allies in the Western Pacific, Japan, South Korea, to some extent Taiwan, but very, very little elsewhere. There is basically no African country, the whole of Africa, which takes a strong position against Russia's war in Ukraine. There's basically no allies in Latin America, and there are very, very few allies in Asia outside the countries that we mentioned. I don't know whether you've seen on social media, there was a particularly upsetting instance when the excellent Ukrainian ambassador to South Africa said that she hoped that South Africa, as a country that epitomized the anti-imperialist struggles founded on anti-colonial ideas, would support Ukraine in its anti-imperialist, anti-colonial struggle against the former imperial master in Moscow. And she was hauled in to the foreign ministry and rebuked for this and told, we don't accept lessons from people like you about what anti-imperialism means. So we have a very serious problem in these countries. I don't like the term global south. I dislike it almost as much as I dislike the term Eastern Europe. But just for the sake of brevity, I will call it the global south. We really need to think why we are doing so badly in the global south. Why is it that countries across Africa, Latin America, and Asia are not interested in hearing what we have to say, are not interested in the Ukrainian message? I've just written a big report on this for my think tank in Washington, CEPA, which is at the moment called East, West, North, South. That could probably have some other longer title by the time it comes out. But my overwhelming takeaway is, if we want the South, the so-called South, on our side in this big East-West struggle, whether it's on Ukraine, or it's containing and constraining, and necessarily confronting China, we in the rich world have got to do a much better job in the way we deal with the poor world. That's to do with everything from the way in which we do trade and investment, to the way we handle vaccines and global public health. It's about votes in international organizations. But we can't, these countries have the majority of votes in the UN General Assembly. They have the majority of world GDP. They have the majority of the world's population. And when you get all five of those big democracies, India, Indonesia, Nigeria, Brazil, and South Africa, all saying, sorry, we're not interested, then that should be a really honest sign for us. Why is it that they are, the big democracies and the small democracies as well, are siding with the dictatorships that they should be siding with us? So we have a huge amount of work to do. I would like to stress, I do not hold Ukrainians, let alone the capitalist nations of the Russian Federation and the capitalist nations of China, responsible for this. This is our mess. This is stuff that we got wrong in the big, rich countries of the Old West. We've been getting it wrong for decades, and now, unfortunately, you are paying the price. So I'm sorry to kick off the discussion on such a gloomy note, but I think it's much better to be blunt. And I hope we have something more cheerful to discuss next time we meet. Thank you.
Yes, we appreciate open discussion. That's what we are trying to do because we realize how complex and serious challenges stand before us, and we have to be open to have clear discussions about them to find good solutions. Mr. Bernardin, what's your opinion about potential existing access of Google, and how do you find it?
Yeah. First of all, we need to recognize the existence of this access, because in many cases, many scholars, many diplomats, many governments deny the existence. So they do not really watch. They do not have a clear understanding. From my point of view, this access exists. And I want to add just a couple of issues from what the gentleman just said. What they have in common, Russia, Iran, and China, I'm not talking about the small others that are, let's say, attached to this group of countries. Let's say, okay, of course, Venezuela, Cuba, or Korea, they are smaller. Let's say Belarus, they are smaller players. But Russia, China, and Iran, from my point of view, they have a very clear common goal to rewriting history. Rewriting history is a classical tool of dictatorship. It's a classical tool in the hand of totalitarian systems. You remember the speech by Vladimir Putin a few days before that the 24th of February 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine. He made a speech not on politics, not on geopolitics, he made a speech on history. It was like a sort of weird historic lesson at the university, but it was made by terrible dictators. What said Putin mainly in that very quite famous speech, I may say? He was denying the existence of the identity of Ukraine, of the language of Ukraine, of the history of Ukraine, of the autonomous political subject of Ukraine. So was denied the right of existence. In a way, Iran, what is doing towards Israel? More or less the same things. He denied the right of Israel to exist. It's just not an issue of to try to find a settlement between Palestine and Palestinian people in Israel and Israeli people. No. Iran is a doctrine very well explained by Khamenei and his extremist revolutionary regime that more than 30 years keep hostages all the Iranian people to completely deny the right of existence of Israel. So, it's not just a declaration, it's before the declaration of war. I mean, I do not recognize you as a legitimate political autonomous subject in the international legal framework. And China, what did China occupy in Tibet? China, before violently occupied Tibet in 1959, occupied East Turkestan with the ongoing genocide of the Uyghur people. It destroyed the agreement with UK on the one country, two system political settlement in Hong Kong. Let's say exactly destroying the political agreement reached with the former colonial power with UK. Now, at any time, it could, let's say, take a military action in trying to invading Taiwan and recreate the unification of it. And again, and the Chinese leaders use the same tools. They are rewriting history. They say that Tibet had always been part of China. That's false. They said even the South China Sea is historical link with China. You've seen the map of the South China Sea, so it's an illegal occupation. It's like Italy claimed the Mediterranean water of the Roman Empire, I mean, something like that. And we claim the Mediterranean water of Turkey, Cyprus, Israel, Lebanon, and just to a few kilometers to the shore. That's China is exactly doing like that today in Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, and Vietnam. So the threat is serious. The threat is serious. So it's not something that could be just theories. It's really practical. So I think that there is not, let's say, a board of directors of the axis of autocracy, but there is an objective convergences of interest, convergences of aim and will to change the international rule-based international order. In some cases, these autocracies already cooperate actively. I already said before, the military procurement between North Korea started, Russia, the military procurement, illegal military procurement between Iran and Russia is clear. The Iranian drones fall down on the head of Ukrainian civilian almost every night in hundreds of Ukrainian cities. The cooperation between Russia and Iran in Syria has been extremely active and cruel and violent in supporting the Assad regime, the genocidal Assad regime against its own people. And then also the exportation of instability. That's another factor of the links all these autocratic regimes. The systematic exportation of instability. Ukraine, what is more than the Ukrainian wars, is a systematic exportation of instability and insecurity in all Europe. The project Iran with this promoting this Hezbollah model, also creating state within a state. Hezbollah is kidnapping Lebanon since 20 years, probably 30 years. And then creating a state within the state. They did in Yemen, they did in Syria, they did in Gaza, they did in... So, there are a lot in common. And also I conclude this, for example, look what is China doing within the United Nations system in trying to rewrite some fundamental ideas and doctrine and concept. So they, for example, deny the existence of a universal and fundamental declaration of human rights. They are trying to put in the debate of the United Nations new concepts like the internet sovereignty. So that means in my country, I can decide which keywords, which algorithm, and what you can access to the internet. That is already 100,000 people working in the internet management by the state, the central government of China. Is assessed the so-called Great Firewall. So is a clear challenges. So from that point of view, I said there is not a board of director of the alliance of the authoritarian and totalitarian state. There is a clear challenges on the free world.
Thank you so much. Right, will you continue about the next?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Edward Lucas used this comparison of the relationship between Russia and China as a relationship between boa constrictor and mouse, and it is I think very appropriate. And in the morning I spoke a little bit about the history, so let me go to history again. The relationship between current Russia and China is somewhat similar to the relationship which existed between the two pariah states of post-World War I Europe, between the Germany and the Soviet Russia. They had a really boa-mouse relationship, but they didn't know who is boa and who is mouse until June 22nd, 1941. But in between 1920 and 1940, let's say, they developed a kind of opportunistic coalition. It was not the hard coalition, actually. Ideologically, they stayed against each other, but pragmatically, they created a coalition against the Western world, or against the democracies, anti-democratic coalition. And it was, and those who know the history of Soviet Union, you know that it was a Soviet military bases in Kama, where the German tank armies were and officers' corps were trained in 1920s and 30s. It was at the air base in Lipetsk, where the Luftwaffe was reborn. After Germany was formally demilitarized by the Versailles Treaty, it was remilitarized by the Soviet policy. And of course, the Germans contributed to technological development of Soviet military. So eventually, in 1941, the two armies equipped with technological quite similar types of tanks stand against each other, and the only question was who will attack whom first, and we know how it worked. This coalition of convenience of two pariah states before the Second World War was ignored by the democracies of the West. The Britons, French, Americans did not pay attention. Actually, American investments were the fundamental for militarization of Soviet Union. There were around 1,500 companies, industrial complexes built by Americans in Soviet Union. In the schools, I grew up in communist Czechoslovakia, we learned about these huge achievements of 5-year plans. Those were American foreign investments paid by the gold from Kolyma and from the Tsars. That was the fantastic Stalinistic industrialization of Russia. It was American investments. Something similar happened in 1990s and early this century in China. It was Western investment, not only American, in the case of industrialization and militarization of Soviet Union. It was to a great degree American investments and the German. All German industry was involved in building industry in Soviet Union. But the West, the democracy simply ignored it or participated in it. And we are in a quite similar situation, but I think it's not so bad. You know, the very fact that we have this conversation here suggests that there is some level of awareness of, you know, of the risk of these coalitions or cooperations between the states like Russia, China, Iran. So this was my historical excursus, and Iran. Well, Iran is another pariah state. China is not pariah state, but Russia certainly is. Iran certainly is. Well, we will see that again. That there is no coalition between Russia and Iran. You know, they have no common political interest except the interest in destabilizing the world, exporting cows. That's what they tend to do. But you know, Islamic Republic of Iran does not really have too much ideologically in common with Russia. We'll see whether the attack on Israel on the October 7th whether there will be provided evidence of Iran's involvement in that. And if there is such evidence provided by the secret services, investigative journalism, whoever can come up with that evidence, whether the Americans and Europeans to a certain degree will just turn a blind eye on that evidence, on such evidence, to simply avoid escalation, as they call it, escalation, or whether they will decide to act. If they decide to act, then well, Iran will get to the difficult situation, and the whole Islamic world will be shaken. Well, and to going back to the overall theme of this forum, the future of Russia. There will be no coalition of this pariah states, at least not for the next several decades, if the Russia disintegrates, because the Russia is quite central in creating that. The China is a problematic, certainly, but it's a is a different story. But if Russia stays together as one country, then most likely it will be a vassal state to China, because that is the only way how the Russia can survive as a unitary one state is through being supported economically, diplomatically by China. So it will be China's vassal states. Republicans in America should start to think a little bit, to use their brains. It's illusion. It will not be any kind of democracy. Just it's totally impossible to create democracy in the country with that history and with that economic parameters. To build democracy, you need to have to be able to build the political parties. You have to have independent media. That all in the country of that size is possible only by the it can be done only by the oligarchs, because only oligarchs have enough money to build political parties, to build mass media, to manipulate it. So the future Russia, if it stays together, will not be democratic. It will be antithesis of democracy. It will be the Chinese vassal, and it will continue to be a nuclear threat to the world, to the West in particular, but to the whole world. And I don't know, as I come from environmental movement, it will also continue in environmental destruction of the vast territories of northern Eurasia. So by far the best solution for the world's problems, part of the world's problems, is facilitated dissolution of Russian Empire. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. In the next panel, we plan to listen to Anna Fotyga, member of European Parliament, but unfortunately she will not be able to speak in the next panel, so we have decided to talk to her now. So, Ms. Fotyga, you are welcome. The floor is yours.
So nice to see you. Thank you very much. I'm very sorry for this changing schedule, but certainly I have to proceed with my activities in the European Parliament. Let me pick the conclusion of my distinguished colleague and who concluded with the sentence of necessity to dissolve Russia. Of course, it should be the controlled dissolution of Russia. Actually, the prerequisite to achieve this goal, of course, is the defeat of Russia in a war of aggression against Ukraine, and let us remind current situation even more complicated than at the very beginning of this war, in particular after Hamas attack on Israel and eventual effects, so further developments of this situation. Currently, we see diminishing interest because of hot stage of the war of Hamas against Israel in variety of international media and important fora as well, and we know that the aim should be, at least in my region, in Central and Eastern Europe, to keep Ukraine's fighting against Russia as high in the agenda as possible, and in order to achieve the ultimate goal to obtain supplies, sufficient supplies of arms and ammunition to Ukraine to allow continuous combating of and response to Russia's attacks. The engagement of almost 2 years of international collective West in supporting Ukraine probably is to be divided somehow to support of both humanitarian support and also deliveries in terms of arms to Israel. Surely we see this kind of activity transatlantically in the United States as well. The Russian Federation is still a nuclear state, strongly promoting the nuclear approach to even threatening neighbors with movement of tactical nuclear weapons to territory of Belarus, and therefore playing on fears and the game on escalation and de-escalation of the war on Ukraine. Therefore, we have, of course, to speak about future, how to denuclearize Russian Federation. Of course, I'm very much for this. I'm a politician, but I know that it cannot be achieved by democratic transformation of Russia. It should be defeat and decisive defeat of Russia in war against Ukraine, probably accompanied by dissolving of at least part of current Russian Federation and eventual crisis happening after this defeat. We should not be afraid of this development and have to remember that until now, for past several years, Russia has not been the credible and foreseeable partner to the collective West in control of nuclear arms. I still remember negotiations of the New START agreement, dissatisfaction of countries of my region by reset policy and promises of the foreseeable Russia. We did not believe in such developments. Actually, many countries, many nations of our region felt abandoned by this kind of policy. And we have to remember that no provision of suspension of New START agreement was there within the agreement itself. So Russia used other legal possibilities to achieve its goals in suspending of the treaty. We have to remember that Russia is a country never fulfilling agreed treaties, and therefore we have to be courageous in accepting this solution of Russia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for promoting this topic on the level of European Parliament. So we'll return to our offline speakers. Günther, are you ready to present you? We heard your opinion about basically axis of evil in the previous session, but please elaborate.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot to the Vice President. Obviously, we are very honored to have her. And the situation, of course, you have an axis of evil. It's very clear, but it's an axis, and it's not an alliance. There's a big difference here because we are an alliance. We really coordinate. We have the same values. We have our internal divisions and break lines, unfortunately, but we are an alliance, and they are like, we can compare it with, and the term is not by coincidence, from the Second World War axis, where Nazi Germany, Italy, Japan, they were a ragtag group of various interests and not coordinated, one of the main reasons why they lost. But I ask myself, if we are really an alliance, and we are at war now since 1.5 years, and we have mobilized this American instrument of Lend-Lease, why have we not lifted our industrial capacity to the necessities in the last 1.5 years? Why Ukraine doesn't have enough ammunition? Why no airplanes? Why not the whole stuff? In 1.5 years, if you really decide that you want to do it, an industrial nation like the United States of America or the United Kingdom can quadruple the industrial output of ammunition, can really mobilize fully the industrial capacity. And this is exactly what happened in the Second World War, when in 1914 they had a joint industrial planning and armament commission, and they moved full forward. And that was one of the reasons why Nazi Germany and the ragtag axis could be defeated. So these things, I think, also because we can always discuss about the rest, what the others should do, the enemy, but they don't listen to us. But we can really somehow be a bit more ambitious and a bit more critical towards our own leaders, because they have not really performed in the last 1.5 years according to the challenge, which the axis of evil is really putting. Axis of evil, Of course, they are a bit different, The axis of evil is in a hierarchy. The most important is Russia. Russia has a real anti-Western agenda since generations and centuries. They have paid French politicians in the 19th century, probably others as well. So there's a long-lasting anti-Western revenge agenda in the Russian institutional framework, and they are leading this ragtag back. They are also the ones who are coordinating, and they are giving the ideas. Of course, step number 2, so they are the number 1 problem. Number 2 problem is Iran in the Middle East, obviously. It's not a global actor with power projection worldwide, but it's, of course, Israel, in Iraq, in the whole Gulf region. It's, of course, very dangerous. And where's the real danger of that one? Is not the immensity of the conflict, but the immensity of the distraction of that conflict. Because as we have seen in the year 2003, it's very easy to distract American firepower into the Middle East, in Afghanistan, Iraq, endless wars of 20 years with questionable outcome and a lot of reputational loss for the United States. And this can easily happen again, and it's very much serving the Russian interest if they distract us into a big-scale Middle Eastern war, which Mr. Netanyahu also has very much the interest to have this big war, because it's his claim to power and it's his potential. And so the extremists on all sides play along it. Russia then fancies itself to call for peace and restraint, while in reality being very happy to have fire everywhere in Serbia, Kosovo, in Azerbaijan, and of course in all other conflicts, and most of all, of course, the hottest potential fault line in the Middle East. Coming to China, China is not an aggressive power. What the Republicans are discussing about China is the biggest danger. Yes, theoretically, of course, they are much more industrial, fiscally capable, but they are not an aggressive power since 1979, when we basically won the Cold War in a coalition with China. I remind everybody, the reason why the West won the Cold War was the coalition with Communist China and with petrol Saudi Arabia. These were our two allies, and we worked with them in many ways. And that was, of course, where the Soviet Union were outperformed because they couldn't. And so when we want to do a game-changing kind of manipulating coalition, then, of course, first of all, China is much more the partner to break out of the Russian camp. So there's what the Republican strategist is discussing is absolutely the Russian agenda. And this is also what they're doing, because this political battle takes also place in the political field of the West. And they have since 2008, when John McCain, my hero, John McCain, he and also Mitt Romney, they were very, very clear Ronald Reagan-esque figures, And the Russians have said what we do to change the GOP. And they have made basically this project of MAGA and Trump, and they existed maybe as personalities, but the reason that McCarthy is no longer the speaker is very much Russian interference and this long-term project to change the GOP into a pro-Russian direction. And of course, this anti-China bashing is one part of it. But I say, of course, China is very dangerous, and we have to see it as an enemy state as well. I've made the case before. They have chosen in 1.5 years of war to be with the enemy, so they are the enemy. It's their self-definition. We cannot change it. We never wanted it, but they are also now an enemy state. And when we come back to the history of China, you might remember that China, we lost it in 1949. Why we lost China? Lost China is, we could have easily kept southern China free, similar like South Korea or South Vietnam. Why we didn't? Because the Soviet Union was very cleverly, first of all, supplying Stalin and Mao Zedong with a lot of weapons, which the Americans have given in the Second World War. They were ending in Mao's hand, and also they have discredited Chiang Kai-shek as corrupt. And here's the same thing which the Russian propaganda is now doing with Zelensky. It's the whole playbook of Chiang Kai-shek, because it's always discrediting the ally, and that's what they do with Zelensky, and that's what they have successfully done with Chiang Kai-shek. And in the budget appropriations of 1948, and then the Republicans said, no money anymore for this corrupt Chiang Kai-shek. And so the whole military strategist, because the General Stilwell, who was in South China with Chiang Kai-shek, the military liaison, he said, let's divide China, we can keep the South. Was not happening because there was no money anymore. America withdrew, and they have protected us in Europe, basically Western Germany, on the cost of free southern China. And okay, that was good in a way for us here in Europe, but of course we have communist China. And the same happened, by the way, in South Vietnam, because the first thing that the first way of takeover of South Vietnam in 1975 happened already in 1972, when the Soviet Union discredited the South Vietnamese leader. I forgot the name, they're all quite similar, but it was called Tiang or Tieng. They discredited on, by KGB strategy as a corrupt guy, like they're doing it now with Zelensky. And then they have cut the budget appropriations in the Senate, in the House of Representatives in 1972. So the South Vietnamese leader was corrupt, and he had no money anymore. And in 1975, the North Vietnamese took over South Vietnam. And of course, they noted some examples as well in Moscow. And of course, they work exactly according to the same playbook. So Zelensky is corrupt, and the money in America is now stopped. It will be a big debate if we can take in the European Union this money up, but not all of it. There will be, of course, Hungary and Slovakia now who will stop these budget appropriations in the European Senate, and we have European elections. So less money for Ukraine, Zelensky corrupt, and of course, then let's see what is the outcome. Hopefully not the loss of South China and the loss of South Vietnam. And I don't want to even speculate about the loss of anything in Ukraine, because I hope very much that we are smarter, because actually we are, and we are much more capable. Because in relation to our enemy power, which in World War II was really quite even, in the Cold War was also relatively even in industrial output and technology. Now we are 4 or 5 times bigger than them, and we are much more stronger. So there is no need to lose this confrontation. But if we don't accept that it's a war, and if we don't accept that we lead it and that we must win it, then obviously we can be suddenly next year surprised. We lost in Ukraine, and we didn't dismantle Russia. And that's a bit of a negative ending. So I don't want to even end like this, but You know, we are in a very dangerous moment here now, like in the 1970s, in my view. The more Ukraine can liberate the land, the higher and the axis of evil will fight back on all fronts. And we have, unfortunately, many unresolved issues internally and in our close region, and they will explode one by one very hard against us. And they will go into our internal default lines, and we will have a very, very bad year ahead of us.
Thank you, Ginter. Yes, so the good old rule, united we stand, divided we fall, still works. So I see there are already questions in the audience. Marco, you wanted to raise something?
Yeah, actually, since we're talking about that access, sometimes I get the impression that many of our European leaders are asleep at the wheel, frankly. And I don't think they're looking at the bigger picture. For the last at least 10 years, we've had China developing the Belt and Road Initiative to great success in the African continent, for example, through the Russian steppe, both via sea and through land. If we look at what's going on between Moscow and Beijing, you're to draw a line from, say, the Baltics, through Ukraine, down through the Middle East, through the Central African republics. You see military presence of Wagner pushing up. Now we see them in Israel pushing this way, and they've already been pushing through at least 20 years, about 25, 30 years with Transnistria, and now right in Ukraine towards European. What I see is a squeeze, and that's a typical mafia approach to business. They are putting a squeeze on the European continent, and I don't see that we're necessarily setting up the right political solution to this long-term game that the Russians, the Chinese are playing. I'd like to hear your comments, especially Mr. Lucas, who's been writing about a lot of the mafia state in Russia for a very long time, about this notion of it extends back to the ideas expressed by Mackinder in the Heartland theory. And it's almost like, I feel like it's like a rerun of what had happened, and we're not learning lessons.
Thank you. I think the first point to make is that China's strategy, the PRC's strategy overseas, has been dramatically ineffective on the whole. We saw a big worry about this organization called the 16 and then 17+1, which was meant to be a kind of Chinese led organization for the East European countries. And it's been a really spectacular failure. It really hasn't worked. The Chinese Belt and Road Initiative and these other big infrastructure things have been very expensive for China. And they've delivered actually very little return. These countries that they're acting in are not stupid. They see what happens with these debt equity swaps and the debt trap. So the Sri Lankan experience, for example, is a big one. They can try and get somewhere by just bribing people. But on the whole, it's really not been a great success story, and countries are not queuing up for more of this. Where they do succeed is mainly because our Western-led multilateral development finance is either too tough as conditionality or not managed enough. It's really pretty. If you look even at Eastern Europe, even in these supposedly sort of hotspots of Chinese investment like Serbia, Hungary, Belarus, there's actually very, very little when you dig down to it. There's one road that has to be built, there's a bypass road. Belgrade, there's a bridge in Croatia, partly funded by the EBRD, there's a Chinese university being built in Budapest, there's an industrial park in Belarus, there's a copper mine somewhere in Bosnia, I think. But I mean, these are, you really have to get into the weeds to find actual details. On Transnistria, I think this has been a huge success story for the West. The Transnistrian leadership is finished. Once more, it became clear that Moldova was on the European path. They just want to share it. They want to share that. And there's basically no Russian forces left there. They're completely isolated. There's no way in or way out there. So they're local Transnistrians wearing Russian uniforms and possibly still being paid. But I'm actually rather optimistic about the future of Transnistria. Where I agree with you very much is with Wagner in Africa. That's where the mafia tactic actually works. and they offer dictatorship in a box. They offer muscle, they offer cyber, they offer all the sort of informational dirty tricks and anything you need to win or rig an election. And that's pretty effective. And that is a direct deal with the leader of the country, the leader of the coup. And it works pretty well. And we don't really have an answer to that. So I think that sort of militarized, and it's like something out of history from a few hundred years ago, sort of thing that my ancestors used to do in France. Not totally within the bounds of international humanitarian law, but going on sort of commercial militarized raiding parties in alliance with locals and sometimes against locals. And I think that is, we need a really serious Western anti-Wagner tactic where we really work out how do they get there, can we stop that? How does the money flow? How do we stop that? What's their points of purchase in the local regimes? How do we stop that? How do we introduce secondary sanctions on anyone that they're buying from? But I would love to see a joint NATO Five Eyes anti-Wagner task force. But one final point, the main reason why Wagner's successful in Africa is not because Wagner's brilliant, it's because chiefly the French or the West generally has screwed up in these countries. Every single country where they do well is a site where you've had a corrupt dictatorship being propped up by its Western friends.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Do you still have comments or questions from the audience?
Thank you very much. I'm a little bit concerned about the too pessimistic tones which we heard. I think that we in the West are somewhat victims to habitual helplessness. We learned to be helpless, to avoid, to be not aware of the tremendous economic, political, military strength which stands behind the West. Our biggest problem is not the strength of the axis of evil. Our biggest problem is our mental state. This really habitual helplessness. We cannot do anything. We are just victims. They have 500 Wagners in Africa. Now what we are going to do? Terrible. It's ridiculous how serious we are about. I do not want to underestimate the difficulties of that these criminal groups can create, but you know, when you compare the powers on the side of, let's call it good and evil, the good, we are in a much better situation than in let's say 1942. 1942, the future of the world was really hanging in balance. Today, there is no real threat to the, well, except in Washington. But you know, just when you tend to slip to these pessimistic tones, remember February 2022. Kyiv will fall in 1 week. The Ukrainian army is, you know, disappearing. They are welcoming. It's all nonsense. There's the second strongest, the second army of the world. Well, now we know it's the second army in Ukraine. And the second army in Ukraine would be beaten if there is no this habitual helplessness in the West. I mean, my God, should we get them 5 more HIMARSes? Romania has 18, and United States have 1,000 or something like that HIMARS systems. Yeah. Should we give them any advanced weapons, medium range rockets, missiles, the airplanes? Well, God save us, airplanes. There are thousands of F-16s in the armories of the West, built to fight the Russian imperialism called Soviet Union. and they are sitting there, resting there, and they are not able, not willing to give it to the nation which is defending itself from genocide and which is defending our freedom, our democracy. Well, the problem is us. It's not the strength of the axis of evil, it's our weakness and our mental failures.
I think it's a brilliant summary of this panel. And let's move to the next panel so let's thank our speakers. Mr. Rukas allows us to stay. Thank you, all the speakers. So we'll have in the next panel 4 offline speakers and 4 online speakers. So Edward Lucas is staying. We will have once again Taras Guido, Ilya Ponomaryov, and Vitaly Ginzov.
That's too much. Okay.
So we will have 4 online speakers. So in this panel, we are going to talk about total denuclearization of the post-Russian space. This is something we always hear when we talk about disintegration of the Russian Empire. The response is, no, we should not do it because of the nuclear weapons. And this is actually the reason why we should continue these talks. Professor Kuzo, what's your opinion about steps which have to be taken for denuclearization of the Russian Empire?
I'm quite biased because I remember. Oh, sorry. Usually I'm loud enough, my wife. I'm quite biased because I remember the Budapest Memorandum, how Ukraine was conned by the West. And Ukraine, for those who don't know, Ukraine inherited the 3rd largest nuclear weapons arsenal from the USSR. So Ukraine's nuclear weapon arsenal was bigger than China's in 1991. It was Russia, United States, and Ukraine. Ukraine was agreed to give up those nuclear weapons between 1994 and 96 in return for the Budapest Memorandum security guarantees, which were obviously in 2014 shown to be completely useless. So I'm kind of biased on this. I think I would go back to my earlier point that this is a kind of the debates today about this question, this fear, is a bit of like deja vu. We had the same debates exactly in 1991. The USSR cannot disintegrate because there will be nuclear catastrophe. This was the reason for George Bush's terrible speech, his speech. Well, the USSR disintegrated and everything was okay. Nothing happened badly. In fact, actually, there were not so many. There were some tragic conflicts, like in Azerbaijan and Armenia, but there were not. The perception you had in 1990 was that there would be conflicts everywhere. And that was not true. So I think this kind of exaggerated opinion about what would happen in the event of disintegration, nuclear weapons, we've already been there. And we can refer back to the earlier period in 1991 saying, look, I mean, then it was actually more dangerous. Because then every Soviet republic, 15 republics, had tactical nuclear weapons. And they are far easier to steal than strategic nuclear weapons. And it didn't happen. So why should we be fearful of this now? I think that Where the nuclear weapons question comes in is that Russia with nuclear weapons would continue to believe it is a great power, with all of the kind of demands it has been making, such as the right to an exclusive sphere of influence in Eurasia, to not respect its neighbors' sovereignty. So the nuclear weapons in Russia are very closely tied to Russian ideas of great power status, and that it's somehow equal with the United States, and that it has a right to be domineering in its neighborhood. We know that this is now on the decline. And we see this at the United Nations, where today only Belarus of the Republic supports Russia in the United Nations. Even Armenia now abstains. So Russia's influence in its neighborhood is gone, practically gone. Only Lukashenko and Kadyrov still support him. So I think I would say only this, that a post-imperial Russian nation state, which is democratic, without nuclear weapons, the absence of nuclear weapons would assist Russia in overcoming its imperial mentality and to become a normal state. Unfortunately, what happened in 1991 was the Soviet Union was replaced by the Russian Federation in the United Nations, and the Russian Federation continued to have the same kind of great power, arrogance, and mentality as the Soviet Union. And that was a product of that kind of transition as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ponomarev. How do you see the nuclearization in both cases scenario, free Russia or free nations of Russia? How does it happen if it happens?
Well, first of all, what I want to say and to stress that I do believe in the nuclear-free Russia. That's our goal, and again, in the draft of the new constitution that was prepared by the Congress of People's Deputies, it's written in the constitution, nuclear-free status. Now, that's kind of vision. The question is how to get from point A to point B. And
I left that to you. Leave that to you. I didn't want to go there.
And now here, I think that there are obviously a lot of problems and concerns and things to discuss. Firstly, I also 100% agree with Taras. Because I also don't see any threat which is associated with proliferation regime in the case of splitting Russia in several nations. I don't think this is the problem, and I don't really think that this is what is the source of the true fear for the West. I think that where the fears are coming from is coming from the potential chaos situation when certain nuclear devices may get into the hands not of the new nations, but in the hands of certain criminals. And obviously,
already in power.
Yes, I fully agree. That's why everybody is worried. They see how it goes when it's the hands of criminals. But if these criminals will start to fracture into many different factions, that will be even worse. And Mr. Prigozhin gives us the perfect specimen of a person who can, trade one or two devices, wherever, Iranians, maybe even in some African states, maybe somebody else, and that's obviously what creates a lot of fears. So I think that the origin here of fears is not the collapse of Russia, but the chaos and instability which may come associated with the collapse of Russia. So we need to confront the idea of chaos.
Right.
Yeah. So next thing is, in general, the broader picture and the inclination of the same United States in terms of nuclear arms. When I always mention the United States and even in the Department of Defense and another security branches of the current US government, and I would say that it's by far no unity on the question of whether the outcome for the United States, what is best, nuclear-free Russia or the current state of affairs. By far there is no unity. I was expecting from the beginning it would be way more unanimous. Then obviously, the largest nuclear arsenal in the world, let's get rid of it. No, that's not the case. And one of the reasons for this is China, and that currently this arsenal is a source of containment for China. So Russia, which is friendlier to the West, can be the source of vice versa, greater stability for the future world. Nuclear-free Russia, even friendlier to the West, means that it has to be under, for example, American military umbrella in terms of China, and again, put under takes the cost on itself, and that's what I see in the eyes of many. So again, my point is that it needs to be discussed. What are the potential compromise scenarios to overcome this? And again, remember what I said from the beginning, I'm nuclear Russia, but speaking about the real world. First scenario is to get back to pre-Budapest scenario layout, because it was a deal. Ukraine gives away nuclear arsenal in return of territorial integrity and security. Ukraine gave away nuclear arsenal, did not receive the security. We can get back the nuclear arsenal in place and say that this deal is void and it's no longer in place. That's one of the scenarios. Another scenario, that's what's been discussed in the inside the military analysis group of the Congress of People's Deputies, is the concept of two keys. When one key of the arsenal is with above-national organization like NATO or European Union or United Nations, so that the nuclear arms cannot be used with the application of the second key, and the second key is in national hands. And that can be, in principle, the scenario that can be proposed for the rest of the planet. That such powerful arms as nuclear, from one side, is a source of containment and security for the nation, but there should be a mechanism which ensures that they're basically impossible to use it as the offensive tool. That also can be the scenario, but I think that we are very, very far from it. But at least this is something that could be discussed. Anyway, to conclude with that, I think that this should go beyond the discussion among Russia, Congress of People's Deputies. It has to be a global. It has to be a discussion where the main stakeholders, primarily the current nuclear club, would be involved. Otherwise, I think that we would be theoretizing and nothing will actually change at the end.
Thank you so much. While there is no unity about future denuclearization of the post-Russian space in the West, there is quite unity in our group, because based on our previous discussions, all participants of our group, of the Forum of Future Free Nations, they have agreed about denuclearized Russia, and that's why we prepared this zero nuclear weapons post-Russia pact, which will be signed at the end of this event as one of the principles of future post-Russian space. While we are waiting still for our online speakers, I would like to invite Mr. Ginsburg to express his opinion on this topic.
Thank you very much. For my opinion, I think it's this question about Russian nuclear weapons have two sides. First side, this is about a future when depend from collapse Russia,
and need very good understood history collapse of Soviet Union. 32 years ago, everybody afraid was what is will be after collapse and etc. etc. You remember, in Soviet Union was 34 strategical division, rocket strategical division. After collapse, in 2 times less, 11 or 12, I forget, nuclear strategical division based on the Republic. 5 Ukraine, 4 Belarusian, 2 Kazakhstan, and 1 in Kaunas in Livonia. You remember what is after collapse? 2 strategical, 2 army and strategical aviation. Now it's less 1. The same in Navy. This is first question. About future, about after when we speak about discuss about past Russian, all what we speak, all post-Russian nations, more post-Russian nation said about denuclearization. This is right because security Russian, full security Russian. This is not military question. Russian is full irrationality system, and they irrationality investment money in nuclear weapon. It's in many time more like it's really need for security, but have one serious question. Russian security impossible realize just with military activity. This is not military question, this is diplomatic question. I remember maybe some months ago, one Russian propagandist, Sergei Kurdinyan, is very emotion said in some talk show, we cannot guarantee Russian territory. We have very big problems, etc., etc. This is first. And second problem, Russia now in interesting situation. For my opinion, situation in Russia now, this is 5D. Degradation, destabilization, delegitimization, disintegration, and demotivation. The same situation in military. You remember what is the second army in the world, and the same situation in nuclear weapon. You on the previous panel, colleagues say that this question not in Russia, which question in the West, in the us, in the decision and others. If just formally looks for the Russian nuclear weapons, they, for my opinion, they don't have risks use Russian nuclear weapons, but we have other risks. Risk from its Russian nuclear weapons very seriously depend from the professional people who work with this weapon. And this is, for my opinion, this is main problem now. For example, 3 or 4 years ago, after Putin's speech, when he presented a nuclear rocket with nuclear engine, with hypersonic and other this is fakes. Russian try testing rockets and have big big accident. People who work with this technology died. If you remember, 5 or 6 people, and nothing. The same. Now Putin again presented was we have this rocket. This is fake, but problem was a lot of quantity. It's very low. Quality is very bad, It's need some serious potential was safe in security safe this arsenal. This is, for my opinion, main risk, much more risk, like use nuclear weapon. Secondly, everybody must understand what is risk for nuclear weapon, about big Russian territory, about collapse Russia. Nuclear weapons, it's not in Russian regions. Nuclear weapon, first of all, strategical nuclear weapon. This is just in two places, one around Moscow, this is Vlasiха village. The second one in Moscow, in center Moscow, on the third building, Moscow Ministry of Defense. This is system management, and from in this place, technical management from this system. It's not. This is impossible if strategic weapons located in Krasnoyarsk, in Siberian, in other regions, in Mariel. This is Russian Republic. This is not property of these regions. This is property from Moscow, from Kremlin, from center. Looking just from this situation, and after what I can say, I agree with this problem. This problem must decided together completely with problem rationalization of Russia. If West don't have view about future, about Russia future, and that is why cannot decide nothing about other. If not have view generally, and cannot nothing decide about other side, and this is biggest problem. For my opinion, this is problem for support Ukraine. West afraid was and West afraid what is in future. Russian very serious used this and developed three narratives about house, about nuclear weapons, and about China. And what is interesting, this narrative, this is narrative, Kremlin narrative, and part of Russian opposition supports this narrative. And West works with looking for Russian opposition and works with this team. This don't have exit from this situation. If not understood was Russian is irrationality, need rationalization this system. This is exit from close ring. Without rationalization cannot do nothing. If in this case, the main problem, if decided about Russian future was Russian, this is need rationalization and need based from the opposition who provide this idea, and in Russia just two team in opposition who understood about this. First of all, this is Congress people, deputies, and second one, this is Forum Free Nation. And what we see, this team have view, have a rationality solution about all question, and including nuclear weapon, but West speaks with other team, other opposition, irrational opposition, and they, in this case, cannot find any normal solution. Excuse me for my English.
While we are waiting for our online speakers, I suggest we open for discussion, and if you have comments or questions, Janusz, I know you have a good point on denuclearization.
No, I was going to say, can you read the document actually? This is something we need to decide, right?
So it's open for the signature of all participants. Well, first of all, representatives of free nations. In order to stop the spread of nuclear weapons and reduce the threat of nuclear war as much as possible, it is necessary that new independent states appear on the territory of Imperial Muscovy, now a terrorist state called the Russian Federation. Today, the Russian Federation is a fundamental source for the spread of nuclear weapons and associated dangers and risks associated. Russia installed nuclear weapons in Belarus and participated directly and indirectly in the development of nuclear weapons of North Korea and Iran. The newly independent states in post-Russian space, freed from centuries of occupation by Imperial Muscovy, will become 100% nuclear-free, ensuring the peaceful denuclearization of all of Northern Eurasia and Eastern Asia. In the early 1990s, independent Ukraine and Kazakhstan, freed from Moscow's colonial rule, rejected nuclear arms. In the mid-2020s, the newly independent states from Ingria in the west, Karelia in the north, Kalmykia in the south, and Sakha in the east will completely, voluntarily, and deliberately reject nuclear weapons. With this declaration, the representatives and leaders of the movements for the independence of captive nations and colonial regions affirmed the following. First, the continuation of the existence of the Russian Federation, a territorial state with aggressive imperialist policies, including perpetuating war crimes and acts of genocide, is an extraordinary threat to the entire free world, due to the risk of it using and spreading nuclear weapons. Complete denuclearization of post-Russian space is a logical, integral component of the process of decolonizing Europe's last empire. We call now, with the participation of all the key geopolitical forces of the free world and the states bordering the Russian Federation, for the development and approval of a clear step-by-step plan to get rid of our future independent states of all nuclear weapons as quickly as possible, and of all other weapons of mass destruction, logistics routes, schedules, parties responsible for control, disposal, etc. 3. We voluntarily agree and acknowledge that there is no alternative to automatic, complete, immediate renunciation of all nuclear weapons and all other weapons of mass destruction by all future independent states of post-Russia space. Complete denuclearization is a basic condition for recognition, legitimization, and future partnership in international relations for all newly independent states in post-Russian space. Just continue.
Excuse me, and one comment, one minute. When we speak about future for post-Russian time, we must understood one very serious information about nuclear weapon. Nuclear weapon, this is very complicated logistic. For example, the main manufacturer for the Russian nuclear weapon, this is situated in Krasnoyarsk, for example, in Tomsk, Chelyabinsk, in Russian regions. When it's Russian regions, for Russian regions, no need this manufacturing. This is not efficiency, it's no need. Yes. And secondly, about risks, if it's nuclear weapons when in regions, this is nothing because for every regions, nuclear weapons, it's not efficiency, it's very, very expensive. The same, this is a problem for the, this is very serious in when we remember Ukraine situation, Budapest Declaration and others, etc., etc. This is first question, now we discuss it, right? Or Ukraine go out nuclear weapons or not right? It's right, because Ukraine with nuclear weapon can be state member of international society, etc., etc. Russian regions no need weapons first. They expensive for this, and when it's really rationalization Russia, for the Russian regions don't work nuclear plant. This is
That's interesting. Going back to the example of Ukraine and the Russian memorandum, which we have mentioned quite a few times, it doesn't seem like giving up nukes is such a great idea, given proxy of such neighbors like Russia in the past. But now let's think about far east of Russia, potentially new countries there, and neighborhood of China. Thoughts?
I totally agree with you. I would say that if I'm in the shoes of independent Siberia, I would never give up nuclear arms.
Probably you will be.
No, that's what I'm saying is that if we take Russia or like whatever successor of Russian Republic, it's a country which will be defeated in the war with Ukraine. And Ukraine, as the victor, has the right to demand certain things from the country which is defeated. And one of the conditions that Ukraine has all the rights to demand is its own safety, and Ukraine doesn't feel safe without Russia doing something about nuclear arms. So it's a totally legitimate question which can be put by Ukraine. But we need also to understand that why I was saying several times about the position of the United States and others, because Ukraine is the leader of the allied forces of the coalition. So it has to be a consolidated position of Ramstein coalition. And such a question, such a demand can be put in the moment of defeat, but not at some point in the future. So we start discussing, what to do with this, after the defeat, then the question will not be solved, just by definition. So it has to be like predefined, and that's applicable to Russia as a whole. So when I'm in the head of Congress of People's Deputies, I was telling about our position as a Russian in general, that we want to be nuclear free, and that's kind of fundamental principle which is in our activities. But again, if I would be Sakha or Vladivostok, or a broader, Siberian Federation, Confederation, like whatever. I think that the example of Ukraine who gave up nuclear arms is a perfect illustration that you should never give nuclear arms. And I think that we have this debate many times with our Ukrainian friends, and there is such a belief, say in Verkhovna Rada, that in exchange for freedom, these regions should give up nuclear arms. So that will not work, because if there would be a possibility to acquire freedom, it would not be like something in exchange. And no regions would ever assume any reparations or giving up nuclear arms, because nobody would be able to restrict their gaining independence. They would be in their own right for their pure internal reasons. So, and that again gives us the necessity to discuss this issue beforehand with the global community, because only consolidated position of the West and the border of the world can ensure that one or another desired scenario can be implemented.
Different opinion, but let's start with Janos.
Yeah. Ilya, I think you're making a very good argument for why these new states should enter an alliance that already has nuclear weapons and can defend them in case they are attacked. In other words, I think it's a very good argument. It didn't occur to me before. It's a very good argument for why new countries should move as fast as possible towards NATO, that there should be an international Pacific, like the Pacific Alliance as there is the Atlantic Alliance. Countries there that will have nuclear weapons as well, be able to defend the Far Eastern republics. But let me ask you about the Congress of People's Deputies. Is it in your constitution, the denuclearization of Russia, is that in the constitution? And if so, what would be the steps in which that would be achieved, and how long would it take?
Janusz, that's exactly what I was saying. That we put it in the constitution so that there is no doubt that what we want. The question of how to get there, we don't know. And I am absolutely certain that we by ourselves are not able to design a roadmap if NATO, Rammstein coalition, like whatever international organizations would not be involved in this. Because again, for me, like democracy in general are procedures, right? And in general, all the decisions are mechanisms. What Vitaly was saying is absolutely right. For regions, in most cases, nuclear arms is just a liability because the question of how you would manage them, how you would use them, how you would store them, the maintenance is expensive. All the processing facilities, they are scattered all across the country. So it's like something which cannot be put to use. It's a potential danger. So it's an interesting idea to make trade-offs.
Should we give Russia a Budapest memorandum?
Yeah, but that's exactly the point. But again, if we're stepping back in the shoes of whatever left from Russia, where the control center is and whatever, then you need to do something about it. What should you do? You should convert it to nuclear fuel, for example. Arms into energy. That's one scenario, but that requires also an effort, right? Somebody needs to pay for it, or create financial mechanism how to create a stockpile. That's a source of a danger, because if you just put it in one location, obviously it's a vulnerability, and all sensible nations of the West should agree to this. Give this nuclear arms to the United States, the question why? If it's Ukraine who was the leader of the coalition, give it to Ukraine. I don't think that Americans would allow Ukraine to become a nuclear state. That's why I was saying that maybe we need to make a step back about the Budapest memorandum and say that it was unfair that Ukraine is no longer a nuclear state. But it's obviously would create a lot of pushback in the West and the proliferation regime. Nobody would be such crazy about getting a new nuclear state on the world map, right? So there's all these things, they need to be discussed. They need to be discussed, they need to be put on paper, they need to be agreed with all the stakeholders. And stakeholders here is way beyond just Russia and the future independent states of Russia and even Russia plus Ukraine.
Please give some short comment.
One minute. When we think about nuclear weapons, and for example in Russia, first of all, they would like to think for which risk, against which risk we take these weapons. Against American, against NATO, this is not serious. Again, everybody is against China. Okay, against China. China is not democracy country. Russia, not democracy country. Iran, not democracy country. But it's not the same. This is different dictator. Russia is really according Umberto Eco, according Lawrence Breed, according Roger Bardaron. This is fascist state, all 14 according classification. But China, and Russia, this is special fascist state. This is fascist state degradation. This is not like Germany with Hitler. This is full degradation. China, this is not democracy, but it's not democracy state development. You cannot discuss about this. China country, not democracy, but it's developed country. For China, it's very important development. If post-Russian states have normal international guarantee of security, it's more security like nuclear weapons, more biggest guarantee like nuclear weapons, for my opinion.
Okay, we will return to discussion after online speeches. I remember several questions we still have. I would like to invite to speak Paul Noble, well-known analyst, who is already with us, and the floor is yours. Please turn on the microphone.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
should be working now. Thank you. I'm very grateful to be asked to participate in this conference and wish it everything all well. And I'm especially pleased to have a chance to talk about the issue of nuclear weapons, because I think it is a dramatically under focused. It isn't receiving the attention it needs. Obviously, all people of goodwill around the world will commend the 8th Free Nations of Russia Forum for adopting the Zero Nuclear Weapons Post-Russia Pact, which commits the countries that will emerge from the disintegration of the Russian Federation to not using or even possessing nuclear weapons. Such a declaration goes a long way to still the fears of those that the disintegration of a Moscow-centric state could, as some feared 30 years ago, lead to a Yugoslavia with nukes, and thus opens the way for these emergent countries to receive the support they must receive from other states around the world if they are to achieve their goals. But unfortunately, this pact does not go far enough, because it does not address a fundamental problem. Given the attitudes of the current Russian government and its likely successor in the form of a state based at the center of the current Russian Federation, the Free Nations of Russia must recognize that the decolonization of Russia requires the denuclearization of Moscow even before they achieve their primary goals. If that does not happen, it is not just likely, but almost certain, that those who currently possess these and other weapons of mass destruction in Moscow will use them against any nations and regions that seek independence from the center. And that such use, in turn, will trigger a broader war that will threaten the world peace and the survival of international civilization. I believe there are 3 compelling reasons for reaching that conclusion. First of all, while many who talk about the independence of regions and republics within Russia act as if there won't be anything left of a Russian state once that happens, the likelihood is that even though most of the past conquests of that state will leave, some kind of Russian state, albeit a much small one reduced much in size, will remain and will seek to use what resources it has at its command, including nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction, to recover some or all of what it had ruled. As I have argued elsewhere, that means that the approaching disintegration of the Russian Federation is far more likely to resemble what happened in 1918 rather than what happened in 1991. And this latest round of disintegration will thus end with some of those who are now confident they will escape the embrace of the center not being able to. Second, from the beginning of Soviet times to the Putin era, Moscow officials have been willing to use weapons of mass destruction against their own population, as happened in the Tambov uprising at the end of the Russian Civil War, or to talk about the use of nuclear weapons on their territory against any potential challenges. The recent suggestion only 10 days ago by Russia Today's Margarita Simonyan that Moscow should consider exploding a nuclear device over Siberia is only the most recent and outrageous of these ideas. She said that doing so would intimidate the West, but she clearly came up with the idea not on her own, but because such things are being discussed behind the scenes in Moscow, and because she and other Putin officials want to intimidate the West, not just against supporting Ukraine, but also against supporting any region or republic seeking to leave. And they are a certainty, it seems to me, that if someone does try to leave and Moscow loses the ability to hold it any other way, the use of weapons of mass destruction cannot be excluded. And third, such behavior would be absolutely consistent with the thinking of Vladimir Putin personally, a man who is often referred to as his experience growing up in Leningrad of seeing how a quartered rat in an apartment stairwell has to behave if he has any chance to survive. Putin and his supporters have invoked that image so often to justify aggressive behavior out of the belief that only by attacking first do they have a chance to survive, even though that analogy says more about them than about the realities of the situation they find themselves in, either with regard to Ukraine now or with regard to the incipient independent states that will emerge as the Russian Federation falls apart. There is no doubt that many in the West will see any discussion of these risks as one more reason not to rock the boat and thus seek dismemberment of the Russian Federation. But many others, including senior officials in multiple countries, now recognize that if a nuclear-armed country centered on Moscow remains, it will constitute a continuing and potential mortal threat to the world. And they will seek recognition by those who seek independence from the imperial state, and they will seek recognition by those who seek independence from that imperial state as a compelling reason for supporting them. Moreover, by taking a stance in favor of the denuclearization of that state now, the free nations of Russia will not only make the prospects for their own success greater, but will win them support among those in the West who also support such weapons but do not currently support them, thus expanding the basis of support for those seeking recognition of the right of self-determination for Muscovy. But there is an even more important reason for the nation and regions of what is now the Russian Federation to demand, along with the West, that Moscow denuclearize, and it is this. Many advocates of independence for regions and republics within that country assume that the path forward is going to be easy. They often think that the end of the Russian Federation will be like the end of the USSR in 1991, a remarkable event in which almost no one came to the defense of that empire at the time, but rather allowed it to fall apart in a peaceful way. Such advocates of disintegration today are encouraged in such thinking by the far more numerous groups and political figures in the West who are supporting their rights today and supported the non-Russian Union republics in their quest for independence 30 years ago. As someone who went through that struggle at the time, I can tell you that almost no one would have come together for a conference on the disintegration of the USSR. Certainly no senior officials. But now there are dozens, if not hundreds, of such people, not only in my own country, but around the world. That is a remarkable change. Because of that change, there is no chance that there's going to be another Chicken Kiev speech in which an American leader will tell non-Russians, in the words of U.S. President George Herbert Walker Bush, that the pursuit of independence is a form of suicidal nationalism. However, as welcome as that development is, it does not mean that there will be the kind of support they need to succeed. Indeed, there is an all too real risk that Western support of such groups will be sufficient to allow the surviving state in Moscow, just as the current state in Moscow does, to label these groups as pawns of the West, but not sufficient to allow these nations and regions to achieve their goals. Precisely what happened during the Russian Civil War, when the Bolsheviks came out as more nationalist and super patriotic than their opponents. Realism, it seems to me, requires that the advocates of independence for the regions, republics now within the borders of the Russian Federation, a group with whom I personally associate, recognize these realities. The time for drawing maps of a beautiful future is over. The time for coming up with strategies to achieve them is at hand. And among the most important of these strategies must be a common commitment to the denuclearization not only of themselves, but in the first instance of Muscovy and now, because the denuclearization of any Muscovite state is necessary for the decolonization of Russia. Achieving such denuclearization won't be easy, but not seeking it in an active way will keep the long captive nations of Russia from achieving their entirely justified goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gobel. Do you have next online speakers?
No.
No. Okay, so we can return to our conversation, our discussion. Gentlemen, have that question?
Thank you very much. My name is Wolfgang Afravi from Democratic Solidarity Party of Belarus, the position of Iranian government. My question is, you were talking about the dictatorship like is in Russia, in China, and in Iran. It's like the Ukrainian people, they know this, like Russia is the most dictatorship, but if you see in Iran, which they use it, the religion as a weapon to killing their people before they killing the innocent people in Russia or in Palestine or in Israel. So at the moment, Iran is not reaching the nuclear weapon, and doing that one is to allies of the Western country. So how about if Iranian reaching is the nuclear weapon? What the Western countries they gonna do? Are they gonna still wait till Iran reaches his goal, or they gonna take his action? And we know that is Iran now is they have enough uranium is for more than is 3 or 4 bombs of nuclear weapon. Thank you very much.
Somebody? Probably somebody from request.
Well, we see what's happening right now is this international of dictators that is being created by Vladimir Putin. And birds of a feather, they kind of flock together right now. And that's a conscious strategy that the Kremlin is exercising at the moment. Again, we at Congress of People's Deputies, we believe in the self-determination of nations and the sovereign rights to do things on their territory within the international norms and standards, but totally on their own. So we don't like when one country is interfering with affairs of another country. But as soon as that country does not interfere with the affairs of others, so it has to be a symmetrical situation. And I think that in the situation of Iran, it has to be a consistent policy, because right now it's not very consistent. We see the fluctuations of the policy in Washington, D.C., which are going from one extreme to another based on who is in the office. So we think it has to be a consistent international policy. And again, we think that when this nightmare that is happening in Moscow will be over, so again, whether it would be a family of nations on the territory of the Russian Federation, one country on the territory of Russian Federation, but it would be anyway part of international family of nations. And then these policies would be consistent until one day Iran will join this family.
Thank you.
It's a pity you were absent at the previous panel because we were actually discussing the established axis of evil in the world. But we will continue our conversation during that. Right.
I would like to reflect on 2 points from the debate. One is the nuclear Siberia. Now, are you serious about using nuclear weapons, Siberians using nuclear weapons to defend themselves from Chinese? It's quite nonsense. There are other ways how independent Siberia or whatever will be there can protect itself from the Chinese if they show the aggression. There are, plenty of countries like Germany, Italy, Japan, Canada, South Korea that could have easily nuclear weapons and all the technology. They do not have it, and even South Korea, which is next to the China, next to the North Korea, and they can manage their security without nuclear weapons. I'm quite certain that Yakutia or Siberia can do that too and can agree on denuclearization. Then the technical question, I think we are mixing two things together. One, for using nuclear weapons, you need a delivery mechanism. Be it strategic bomber, be it rocket, or a nuclear submarine, which also uses rockets. And to eliminate those assets is quite simple technical thing. I mean, Ukrainians demonstrated it by destroying strategic bombers on Russian airports. Yeah, can be done very quickly, very easily, and then we have the nuclear warheads issue, which is different, I suppose. But those without the delivery mechanism are basically piles of nuclear waste, which we need to deal with, but that's not the threat to the human, to the civilization. I mean, they can be used if they are smuggled to the hands of terrorists of Iran or North Korea. They can be used and processed, but they are not a threat to civilization. They are something different. Need to be dealt with, but it can be dealt with. And how? As it was done with the nuclear warheads of Soviet Union. They were reprocessed and used as a nuclear fuel in America and Europe. So, just two different technical issues.
They were not just reprocessed, they are being used now to attack Ukraine.
Nuclear weapons?
No, the bombers which would have delivered those nuclear weapons, which were given to Russia, are today being used against Ukraine. But I have a few points on these kind of questions. It would seem then, and I'm not a fan of it, Donald Trump was right on Iran. He was right to cancel the agreement, and Trump's more hardline position on the Iranian regime, it seems, has actually been proven to be correct, compared to the European Union and the Biden administration, which actually has tried to work or negotiate with the Iranian regime. So I think the problem that the Western governments had with Iran was that the Iranian regime is an agent of destabilization throughout the Greater Middle East, everywhere it goes. I mean, that's his policy. And now it's got worse because it has an alliance with Russia, a military alliance with Putin's Russia. On the question of Israel and Ukraine, I think that Israel has been a major disappointment during this war with Russia. Zelensky, who is of course of Jewish origin and his family suffered and was murdered during the Holocaust, is of course personally highly disappointed by Israel's refusal to help Ukraine. Israel has consistently refused to provide Ukraine not only with military equipment, but even with defensive equipment, like the Iron Dome. Netanyahu has got into bed with Putin because he's a populist nationalist and he's in bed with similar people, both Putin in Europe and of course with Trump. If you look at the 2019 elections in Israel, you'll see billboards with Netanyahu shaking hands with Putin. This, what has happened with Hamas, and today we see Israel attacking positions inside Syria. Maybe this is now over. I think Zelensky's hope that his support for Israel now will lead to changes in Israeli policy, and now they will come to understand that this is a war by the anti-Western axis of evil against both Israel and Ukraine. Israel and Ukraine are the battlegrounds that this anti-Western alliance is using against the West. So hopefully this will change the position of the Israeli government. On the question of inconsistency, the biggest to me inconsistency of Western policy is throughout the last 20 months, Western governments have been afraid of, oh my God, escalation. We cannot allow Ukraine to attack military targets inside Russia. It's okay for Israel to do this outside Israel. That's fine. West doesn't criticize Israel attacking targets outside Gaza or elsewhere. That's okay.
Israel is not asking. It's just attacking.
Maybe you are right. But talk about double standards here. I mean, you know, and some of these weapons are, of course, American. So that is complete double standards. Israel is arguing that the source of these terrorist attacks is taking place from outside Israel, therefore we are attacking these targets. Well, many of the attacks on Ukraine have been taken from Russian territory. I have a final question, which is very provocative, but it's on the same question of today's forum. If we are talking about the decolonization of Russia, should we be talking about also the decolonization of Iran? There are 25 million Azeris living in Iran. And is it conceivable to have a post Ayatollah Khomeini Iran, which is democratic within the current borders, or should Iran also be a smaller entity? It's a very provocative question, I know, but I work on the south.
Separate forum for this.
Yes, maybe. But you have Persia, and then you have also non-Persian people inside Iran.
Seven nations.
Seven nations. Okay, we'll continue our conversation after next speakers.
New ideas for the future.
Yes, we have time to digest those ideas. But now we have two more online speakers, and we would like to invite Luke Coffey, who is Senior Fellow at Hudson Institute in the United States of America. And Luke, good to see you. So we are talking about decolonization of the Russian Federation and with special emphasis on denuclearization. What's your point of view on this?
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be speaking at the 8th Forum of Free Nations of Post-Russia. I had the great honor and distinction of hosting this forum in Washington, D.C. earlier in the year. It was quite the event, and it was a privilege to be able to interact and engage with so many passionate advocates for a world that is free of Russian imperialism. So it's great to be speaking here virtually in London. London's one of my favorite cities in the world, and it was once my home. So I regret that I'm not there in person, but nevertheless, it's great to participate virtually. So I will, of course, address the issue about denuclearization and some of the risks and challenges regarding that. But first, I want to repeat my view and my opinion about the possible collapse of the Russian Federation. Firstly, I do not believe that the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. I think that the process started, but it's still collapsing today. And all you have to do is look around the region to recognize that this is still happening. Whether it was Russia's invasion of Georgia in 2008, its annexation of Crimea in 2014, its large-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, its ongoing military presence in Moldova, the skirmishing and the fighting between Armenia and Azerbaijan over Karabakh, the border skirmishes between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. The list goes on and on. But the Soviet Union is still collapsing today. And I think that history has this ability to condense time. And when historians 200 years from now, 300 years from now, write about the era that was the collapse of the Soviet Union, it will identify all of these events that I just mentioned as being part of this process. And hopefully historians will mark February 24th of 2022 as the most consequential moment and perhaps even the final moment of this collapse of the Soviet Union. Now, when we see the further breakup of Russia, it will be a lot different from the early 1990s. I describe the emergence of the 15 new countries after 1991 as the safety glass breaking. You know, when Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, all the other former Soviet states emerged as independent countries. This was a relatively neat, clean cut. Again, it's the safety glass that was breaking. The next round of fracturing and breaking will not be this neat. It will be like a 150-year-old single pane of glass in an old house breaking. It's going to shatter in ways that we cannot guess. It will be sharp. It will be dangerous. It will be almost impossible to put back together. And we have to deal with this possibility and this reality. This is what the next round of the breakup of Russia will look like. Now, of course, it's impossible to know when this will happen and in what form a further breakup will take place. But that doesn't mean we can't plan for different scenarios. And we must plan, especially in Washington, in Brussels, and London. We have to start thinking about the real possibility that there will be another round of fracturing and breakup of Russia. And we can't be caught by surprise like we were towards the end of the Cold War and in the early 1990s, where we didn't think this was a real possibility. We need to be prepared for it. Not being prepared for it is geopolitical negligence. There are many questions and many scenarios and many issues that we have to start thinking about now. From a U.S. point of view, how will we recognize or acknowledge the legitimate expressions of self-determination and independence from different regions around what is now the Russian Federation? And how do we do so that is in line with international law and norms and in line with our national interests? What do we do with the fact that there will be probably tens of thousands of young men of military age, often from ethnic minority groups across the Russian Federation, that will come back home from the war in Ukraine someday and not have any economic opportunity, any social mobility? What does this mean for future internal conflict and fighting inside Russia? There are other issues we need to consider as well, but perhaps the most pressing issue and the topic of today's of this panel discussion is the nuclear weapons. There's no easy answer to this question. We have to start thinking now about ways we can bolster the capabilities of neighboring countries to Russia for early detection, for monitoring, for border security, for border checkpoint surveillance. We need to take the good work that we have done now in regional countries, and we need to double this. We need to triple this. We need to make sure that in the event that there is a chaotic collapse of the Russian Federation and there's the so-called loose nuke scenario, we need ways to try to contain this, prevent this, monitor this. And it's not clear that we are thinking in this way. This would be the nightmare scenario for U.S. policymakers in Washington right now. But it's also the one aspect of the breakup of the Russian Federation that is really out of our control. There could be buyback programs where if certain regional power brokers got their hands on nuclear weapons, then the U.S. and the West could somehow buy back these weapons or compensate for the transfer of these weapons. But This will be unlikely, in my opinion, because of the shortcomings and the failures of the Budapest Memorandum in the early 1994. Anybody around the world, any country like Iran that's trying to get nuclear weapons, or North Korea, which has nuclear weapons, they're not going to be giving these up anytime soon, if ever. And from their national interest point of view, why should they? They saw what happened to Ukraine when Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons, and these very hollow commitments were made by France, the UK, the US, and Russia to respect Ukraine's territorial integrity and Ukraine's borders, and it never happened. And look at what's happening today in Ukraine. If I was a country getting nuclear weapons or just recently acquiring nuclear weapons, there's no way I'd ever give them up. And this probably applies to different power brokers or new emerging nations inside a fractured Russian Federation. They may give these up. It'll come at a very high cost. But they will also look at what's happening in Ukraine, and perhaps they're not going to want to give up any nuclear weapons that they might inherit from the Russian state. So this is a very difficult situation that warrants a lot of discussion and debate and analysis. I'm glad that this forum is addressing this issue. It's a very contentious issue, but it's one that we have to start thinking about now. So I'll stop there. Oleg, thank you very much for inviting me to speak, and I'm happy to take any questions from the audience if we have time.
Thank you so much, Luke. We'll have one more speaker, and then we'll turn to questions and answers.
Okay.
We have mentioned today several times Sakha, and we have represented you of the Sakha Independence Committee, Nikita Andreev. Nikita, are you with us?
Yes.
So the floor is yours.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. My name is Nikita Andreev. I'm a member of Free Nation Leagues and representative of Sakha Independence Committee. So Yakutia is a big thing on the map. You can see there is located on northeast part of Yakutia, and on the map of Oleg, it's I think painted as a pink. Yeah, that's the huge one. So we start. Sakha Republic, or some of you might know as Yakutia, located northeast part of Eurasia. It is the coldest inhabited place in the world right now. So the life is really good. And there is a few reasons. First of all, it's environmental. Like I said, it's too cold. Second is economical. The main reason we live with Russia, and it's not really easy right now. And to be honest, it makes it a life harder. If you're gonna go into about nuclear weapon, so we don't have any nuclear weapon as of now, and our experience with nuclear bombings was not so good because our republic had 13 nuclear bombs activations. How it's gonna be in English? Yeah, they did the explosions nuclear 13 times since 1974 to 1978, and not all of them were successful. So Dayton 3, they blew it near the nearly city where they are getting the diamonds. It's the biggest diamonds mine. They called Alrosa Mir. So they was working there, building an dam, and they make that nuclear explosion deep inside the ground, 500 meters down. So something went wrong, and there was nuclear radiation cloud going out of that hole, and it was spreading out all over the place. So around 300 acres of radius was contaminated with nuclear toxic waste, and 5,000 people, local people, was affected from that. And the government kept it in secret and nobody knew nothing. up until 1993, which was like 10, 15 years after. So that's one episode that show our experience with nuclear bombings, and that wasn't good. But this is just a small episode in our relationship with Moscow. It wasn't easy, the relationship with Moscow. Our history is full of blood and tears. So the Republic of Sakha had been colonized 400 years ago. Russia came and they killed a man, they raped women and children. And now they have a nerve to call it voluntary joinment, which wasn't right after we have intensive Russification. So they was prohibiting speaking our language. We didn't have any our language classes in school. They changed our religion and even they changed our names. Some of you might say, oh, that's normal, that's how it works in today's day, that's called globalization. Yes, I would be okay with that if they would treat me as the same person in my own country. But there is huge level of xenophobia. So if I go to Moscow or St. Petersburg, I'm treated as differently. So there is big racism, and it's not just personal, but there is a big systematic racism that's coming from government and police workers, etc. So I think this is not okay in 2023. Another problem we have in our republic, that's the dependence from Moscow. So first of all, it's economical. They taking most of our money and resources. They pretty much taking almost 80-90% from our GDP, whatever we make, and they leave us only 20%, which is definitely not enough to keep the comfortable level of living. And even that 20% getting cut down and stolen by corrupted government that appointed by Moscow. I don't see chances to take that out unless we get rid of the FSB. So that's the solution I see in that. So how we can fix all this situation, right? You would think, okay, there is a problem. We've been colonized 400 years ago. It's hard to do democracy in that condition. So, but we are going to do that. It's no matter what. We need, first of all, decolonization. We need our independence, and we are building a new country. I don't see the future is Russia. I'm not sure what they're going to build, but a year and a half after the war in Ukraine started, we still don't see any reasonable solution. They even still didn't pick one Tsar, right? So they have arguments who's going to be the main guy. And for us, as I see, it's just continuing of colonial policy of Moscow. Even today, we've heard some people was deciding what we should do, what we shouldn't do. They give us conditioning, how we can get our independence, what we need to do, why we need that. Who are you to put us in that position? So looks like we are doing by our own, and we're not going to ask anybody. And from what I see, the biggest problem is good Russians, so-called good Russians, because they are trying to build new Russia without corruption, but they're not changing the systematical problems. They think that it's Putin's fault, and they remove Putin and everything going to be good. But it doesn't matter whose regime is that. if it's Russian Empire, if it's Soviet Union, or if it's democratic Russia, or even if it's good, beautiful Russia of the future, the results not going to change unless we change the system. And to change our system, Russia gotta be divided for small nations, because divided Russia not going to be dangerous. Again, but just think about that. If somebody come as a Khodorkovsky and they make Russia great again, there's no corruption, and it's strong, it's good. Sounds scary, isn't it? Yes. But I'm gonna be ending this up. Bottom line is we need to end this big politic games. You can see what's going on in the world. I'm not politician, I'm not activist. I'm just regular small person, not concerned about the future of my people and the future of all the people around the world. I don't know what's going on, but all I see is worse. I think it's time to end this dirty politics. We're gonna end this money-hungry people, the power-hungry people, and I want to say just give back power to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita, for your.
If you have any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you, Nikita, for your sincere speech. It's really important to hear what people think living there. Yes, please stay with us for questions and answers. We still have, unfortunately, Yaroslav Yurchich and Ukrainian he will not be able to speak, but I want to assure you he is very active in Ukraine. He's new head of temporary commission on cooperation with captive nations. So they have launched like really active work, and he is like one of the probably best persons to lead this commission. So we still have like 15-20 minutes to continue our discussion, and I will continue maybe with a provocative comment. I'm looking on Budapest memorandum from another side. I do not think it was failure. Well, the West promised to provide security guarantees for Ukraine in case Ukraine is attacked. The West did provide security guarantees. Are they sufficient enough? No, they are not. Did West do enough not to allow the situation to happen? No, the West failed. But still, without the Western support, I mean, the front line would not be in Zaporizhia and Donetsk region. The front line would be in Western Ukraine. And me and Olek would not have been here today.
Probably
so
could
I
be
think,
in central Poland.
Yeah, or even in Poland. So I think we are interpreting the Budapest Memorandum, the interpretation of the Budapest Memorandum as a failure is wrong. I think it still played quite a positive role, and it can serve as example as umbrella for newly independent states, that the Western umbrella can help those countries in their defense against external enemies. So now we have my provocative thoughts, and you're welcome to answer.
Oh, well, I definitely think that Budapest Memorandum is a miserable failure. It was the war started not in 2022, it started in 2014. And, if the security guarantees would be implemented at that time when Crimea was annexed, there would be no fronts, neither in eastern Ukraine, it would not be even in Donbass, it would not be Poland, it would not be other places. The question is that the mechanisms were not there. It's a lesson for us that guarantees without mechanism are useless. And that's why I come into the remarks that we heard about ours, like how it's immoral, for new countries, to bargain over nuclear arms. It's not immoral, it's logical. And Luke was saying exactly this. I totally agree with him. It's a question, it can be other type of guarantees. So, if, say, independent Siberia receives the very first day's independent invitation to join NATO, and this is the Article 5, it's a reasonable discussion, and then it says, okay, we give you Article 5 and you are giving up nukes. And that's something to think about. Also, I would say, It's debatable question, but at least it is something. But it's a question, you give up nuclear arms and then we start thinking, and maybe another 20 years we'll still be thinking. And then there will be some Hungary who will be blocking us from the expansion of NATO, because there will be no consensus on this. Well, guys, that's not a guarantee that we better stick with nukes and ensure our stability. And again, I am stressing that I'm here talking from the point of view of a new independent nation, not Russia defeated by Ukraine. I said from the very beginning because I don't want myself to be misquoted. And lastly, about the danger, the warheads without delivery tools, they are even less safe because with the delivery tools, it's maintenance of all the components. You take care of the missiles, you take care of the bombers, you take care of the trains, you take care of subsurface facilities, and then you take care of the warhead, because you understand how you can use it. If it is just a stockpile of warheads, then the risks which are associated with somebody stealing from there, that they will explode just by themselves because maintenance, because of just reliability, it's not enough in this regard is way higher. And it's not nuclear fuel for the power plant sector. And I know what I'm talking about. It's my first job is the Institute of Nuclear Safety. So I'm a nuclear physicist by training. So that's exactly what I was trained for. And for the nuclear material for the warheads is way more dangerous than the nuclear fuel for the power plants. The nuclear waste is more dangerous, what left over from the power plants. Mm-hmm. But when it's just new nuclear fuel, you can put it in your pocket and carry it, and nothing will happen to you if it's not long time enough. But with the nuclear material in the warhead, it's not like this. So the danger there is way higher, and to take like an abstract, we need to talk about the things.
This is really a very provocative question, but
I started the trend.
Little bit as an answer. For my colleague, previous panel said about relation Russian and Ukraine, as Putin said about history. History in Russia, like Astolf de Kustin 200 years ago, this is state property and can use like today. Russia use this state property like him. And what I would like about Budapest Memorandum. Budapest Memorandum, this is first mistake independent Ukraine. This is really first, the biggest mistake in international affairs. The Budapest Memorandum, it's not legal document. It's, people say, oh, Budapest Memorandum. Nothing. Legally, this is Lisbon Protocol. He signed in end of 1999, and in this protocol decide all questions about Soviet nuclear weapons according all agreements about limitation and strategic weapons. And Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Belarus, and Russia signed this document. And after, why I said about mistake, after Ukraine discussed about this document, and that is why NIP signed Budapest Memorandum. Problem, this is big problem, was we think was Russian-Ukraine war start in 14 years from Crimea, or in 22 years. Nothing. Russian-Ukraine war start in 19 years, where just in Soviet time, in last year, Soviet Union start Russian-Ukraine war. And Ukraine not expected, not understood was need security for Ukraine. This is not relation with Russia, not umbrella. Security for Ukraine, this is good relation and integration in European system security, in NATO and European community. This is mistake. Ukraine expected was can build a relation with Russia. When Ukraine with Kravchuk, it's not with more with Kuchma, build a relation, corruption and other, it's little bit normal. After first Maidan, open all problem. First. And secondly, about 2000 year. In 2000 years start process robber Ukraine in weapon case. Russian robbery Nikolai Kuznetsov. Big ship, big military ship, Nikolai Kuznetsov. This is a robbery. This is a robbery in 91 year. Extremely quickly. He is not finished, but from Nikolaev was not divide navy. This is first from Russia in 90 and 99 year without any agreements. Robbery devices from management tactic weapon. This is not officially. People come from Moscow, from St. Petersburg, and take this. The problem, this is not Budapest Memorandum problem. Ukraine security, this problem is relation in global security system. Russia, it's not security.
It's not just Ukraine that was kind of screwed over on nuclear weapons. Everybody ignores Libya. Libya also gave up nuclear weapons after 2004, and the Western thank you for that was the overthrow of Gaddafi in 2011 and his murder at the hands of the anti-Gaddafi regime. Look at the conditions, the state of Libya after that. So Libya is another example of how maybe, if you're thinking of having nuclear weapons, it's not really a good idea to give them up. But I was going to take this over to the question of security, because this is, I think, a crucial issue is how to deal with the prevention of a potential second round of the war in Ukraine. Because when Russia is militarily defeated in the current war, if we continue to leave Ukraine in the gray zone of no security, i.e. not a member of Western alliances and not really a member of Eurasian, then this will continue to feed the obsession of Russian imperial nationalists in Moscow. Putin has been obsessed. Mikhail Zygar, I recommend his books. He says that Putin's been obsessed with Ukraine for the last 23 years. From day one of 2000 when he first came to power. So that obsession to prevent it, a second potential round of this kind of world crisis, war, invasion of Ukraine, the only way to deal with this is bring Ukraine into NATO. The only way to deal with this. If you defeat Russia militarily now and do not bring Ukraine into NATO, there will be a second round of this invasion. There will be a second global crisis, second conflict.
Putin to the Hague.
Yeah, well, that is samozrozumіло. So I think this is kind of sinking in, but the Biden administration is actually very weak on this question. And Scholz always hides behind Biden on these issues. Ironically, somebody mentioned France earlier on. Macron has actually become more radical. Macron now actually supports Ukraine in NATO. But we need to think of that. Ukraine inside NATO, not in the gray zone, so that prevents a second round of this kind of war. And when Lukashenko is overthrown, because he cannot survive without Putin, then bring Belarus into NATO as well. And then that whole region is secure.
Thank you. Time for some questions. Piotr, do you have questions?
I think so.
Hi, everybody. One question I tried not to speak, but when you speak about the Budapest Memorandum, it wasn't a mistake about Ukraine to give our nuclear weapon. The biggest mistake is not to take nuclear weapon from Russia. If Russia don't have a nuclear weapon, there won't be war now. There won't be war in a lot of other countries. And of course, we have F-16 now, even if it was war. So the main point is to make 100% with zero nuclear post-Russia spaces. No one country also Metropolia, Moscovia region, the Russian Federation, Russia Republic, how it calls, it shouldn't have nuclear weapon. I think if nobody will have a nuclear weapon in post-Russian spaces, there won't be a problem. Of course, we know the situation about the South Korea or Japan, but they have USA nuclear umbrella. Yes, so of course they don't afraid a lot of PRC and something like that. Probably some new states in post-Russia spaces will have also included NATO and will have this umbrella. For example, Hungary could be first who, after Ukraine, could include NATO and European Union. Why not? And Baltic Sea will be free from the threat. But we have example, not only Libya, we have example, Kazakhstan also give their nuclear weapon like Ukraine. And Kazakhstan has neighbors with Russia Federation and with China, but it could be the independent state. Mongolia doesn't have a nuclear weapon and it's also independent state. So Siberia, United States of Siberia or Siberia Confederation, probably will be the representative. We don't want to take the Moscow. They don't, like say United States, they don't need to have nuclear weapon because if they have problem some with China, it could be solved by this union in Pacific Ocean, Central Asia, like Janusz Bugajski say, where will be allied of Mongolia, South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, and also USA, Canada. So I think it could be like a line, like a new way of anti-imperial tests. If people who wanted to make Russia union, like you, Ilya, or some other person we are speaking, they should say we don't need nuclear weapon because nuclear weapon could be used only from not very big country, not for PRC or USA. It could be used for to afraid Ukraine or other countries. Thanks. Probably have some remarks with this.
1 minute, possible? Just 1 minute.
I'll give you concluding remarks, but I'll just elaborate my previous comment. I think it was not the idea of giving up the nuclear weapon which was bad. I think the idea was correct because the question is about unstable democracy, non-mature democracy. Just imagine if Yanukovych got hold of nuclear weapons. I mean, his crews would have sold it to Hamas. Seriously, like whom he brought to power and himself. The real mistake was not the idea of giving up nuclear weapon, but the form how it was given up. I fully agree with you. First, no mechanisms, no real guarantees, and second, the price negotiated. Ukraine should have negotiated a much higher price, including getting rid of the nuclear weapons in Russia. So these are two mistakes which should be considered when elaborating the nuclearization of the post-Russian space, in my opinion. So I'll give you the for 1 minute to everyone, and then we'll move to the next panel.
About this, about mistake. I speak about history. If you read Russian philosophy, historical, Russian imperialism without Ukraine, it's nothing. Ukraine, this is very, very important. This is mistake was Ukraine from 91 not not go to Europe, to NATO, to European Community. This is mistake. If Ukraine go to Europe, its security will be very, very well. in Kaunas state division, like in, for example, in Uruch. Like in Uruch, the same, different army. But they go out nuclear weapon and go to NATO, and no problem. The problem in Ukraine was they not decided good from history. With Russia, this is very imperialism. Russia cannot have normal relation. This is problem.
Final remarks.
Yes. Well, to conclude our very fruitful discussion of this panel and previous panels, I want to stress one thing once more. We in the Congress of People's Deputies, I think, is the only branch of opposition who is for nuclear-free Russia. And we are the only branch of the Russian opposition which is truly for the self-determination of nations. But we are thinking about how to make this process work. If it's not pre-decided in advance, it will be very hard to do after the change. If we start thinking then, we will have a lot of problems on both denuclearization, decolonization, de-imperialization, demilitarization, like whatever, personalization. So we need to think in advance. We need to do it together with everybody sitting here. So what I'm calling for is, I think that our positions are quite close. Let's give each other a certain degree of mutual trust and come to particular documents, particular decisions which have been made before this regime collapses, or after that. Thank you.
I would very much agree that my colleague Vitaly Ginsburg, that Ukraine is crucial to Russian identity as a great and imperial power. And just a bit of history, when Muscovy, the previous name for Russia, defeated Ukraine and Sweden in 1709, this led to the creation of the Russian Empire, the change of the name. The change of the name is from Muscovy to the Russian Empire took place in 1721. So only 11 years or 12 years after defeat. So the two are very close. The two concepts are very close. The idea that without this kind of control, this Eastern Slavic union of Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, then Russia cannot be a great power. It's something Brzezinski said in the 1990s also. And I think related to this, it's nothing to do with nuclear weapons, but it's also kind of the same. What was going very positive in the late 1980s and 90s, which Putin stopped, was that Russians were beginning to search for their own roots separate to Ukrainians. So Russians were beginning to look at Novgorod as the origin of the Russian people. And that's the democratic tradition.
Flag of Novgorod.
Yes. Putin says, no, we are all from Kiev Rus. And he has a statue to Vladimir the Great next to the Kremlin, who ruled Kiev Rus when Moscow did not exist. So this is the claim on Kiev Rus is a claim on Ukraine, controlling Ukraine. This is how history is extremely important in this obsession that Putin has about Ukraine. And you're absolutely right. So when Ukraine defeats Russia militarily, Ukraine is brought into NATO. This will help Russia become a post-imperial normal country.
So now we are moving to our final panel, and I think this is a great opportunity actually to sign our memorandum. Maria Rafis, I invite you to come to sign. Ilya, Vitaly, if you want to join, you're welcome. So we have the same one in French language, which will be signed by more representatives of indigenous people and Russian regions in Paris the day after tomorrow. And yes, after the signature, we'll have a short final panel, and we'll be leaving this place.
У премьер-министра интересно, а что должна быть ручка?
Потерял iPhone.
Okay. I will always find a home for it.
Я за вашу ссылку. Я просто не понимаю, как то.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nice meeting you. I will go to for my it's very bad.
Еще одна.
Да, мне надо было говорить о рационализации. Я где-то на русском тоже могу говорить. Достаточно хорошо. Все дивизии могу говорить. Правильно? Вообще-то у меня еще справка есть.
Okay, so the final panel we have to discuss is the future of Russia and hands of Russian. Right, that's like we will have short panel, concluding panel to discuss who will be future leaders of the new republics and is really the future of Russian regions in the hands of Russians or representatives of all regions. How do you see it, the process of independence, of who gains control in Russia, who becomes leaders of new republics?
The whole world hopes that post-Russian states will be democratic, while many see the architects as Duke Russians, with the idea of a beautiful Russia of the future, which they understand as a united, indivisible Russia with nuclear weapons. They agree completely, this point of view is agreed completely with Putin's position also. Ponomarev deputies once upon said they see no flaws in Kremlin national policy. Khodorkovsky is ready to go to war for the North Caucasus and threatens that disparate nationalists will have to die. Navalny is well known for his racist videos and posts. Meanwhile, democratization and the preservation united in indivisible Russia is incompatible as day and night. Democratization of post-Russian space cannot take place without liberation of colonies and emergence of new independent states. So far, the architects will be all peoples of the post-Russian space, each in his own country. Moscovites in the Moscow, Buryats in the Buryatia, Nokhchis in Ichkeria. The greatest danger for Ukrainians are the bad Russians, because they want to drive Ukrainians into the prison of nations. The greatest danger to the new independent states is posed by good Russians, who want to keep all non-Russians in the same prison. It is necessary to learn lessons from 1881, when the Soviet Union collapsed. The Soviet Union remained in the past, but left its legal successor, Russia. So far, this time, when new independent state emerged after the, for example, Potsdam Conference number 2, none of them, including Moscovia, should assume the powers of the successor in this terrorist state. What does it mean to be successor of a state? It is possession of all property abroad. It is assumption of all debts and obligations, as well as membership in all international treaties and organizations. Russia received from Soviet Union a huge amount of property in all countries of the world. For example, in Berlin, it is a consulate, huge building occupying a whole block nearby bus station, near Brandenburg Gate, and a house of Russian culture of the same size on the famous Friedrichstraße. All this untold amount of real estate should be given to Ukrainian as reparation, and membership in the international organizations, in the good international organizations, must given free or charged as a compensation for the moral damage done to the entire Ukrainian people. The question of reparations. Due to the absence of the legal success of the terrorist state, all reparations should be distributed among the all new independent states according to the number of adult population at the time of the end of the war. Why adults? Because the share of underage children in the national republics is many times higher than in Moscow and other Russian cities. If in Moscow, St. Petersburg, the share of children is 11, 12, in Chechnya and Tuva, the share of children is 38, and in the rest, it reached a quarter of the population. In the rest republics, I mean. Deducting children from the list would be help not to punish infants for adult offenses.
Thank you for your position. Mr. Kashako, what's your position about future leaders of new republics?
Как вы видите будущее? Будущее лидера. Республика. Лидер. Кто будет лидером?
Кто возглавит будущие самостоятельные страны пост-России?
Заместитель Путина?
Самостоятельные.
Самостоятельные. Сейчас я скажу. Татарстан уже показал себя как полноценное государство. В прошлом, когда мы после референдума объявили независимость, тогда со всего мира, начиная от Китая...
Простите, делайте паузу, ему будет сложно.
Tatarstan already improved its sovereignty in the past from China. Yes.
Начиная от Китая, до Америки, со всего мира приезжали правительственные делегации, президенты, короли, премьер-министры и авторитетные влиятельные люди мира. Составляли договор экономические, культурные, религиозные организации со всего мира. Это уже доказательство, что Республика Татарстан пример для всех народов, что быть свободным, независимым государством это не опасно.
From China to USA, presidents, kings, and other rulers of the countries came to Tatarstan to sign agreements and contracts. So Tatarstan is a good example that it's not dangerous to be a sovereign country.
Поэтому ни европейские страны, ни мусульманские страны, в том числе тюркские страны, не должны бояться от развала Российской империи.
Neither not Turkish countries must be afraid of collapse of Russian Federation.
И это пример, допустим, если развалится Россия, но есть один только момент, для всех, допустим, для всех, которые организации возглавляет общественно-политическая организация по деколонизации России, им нужна помощь.
For instance, if when Russian Federation will collapse, so organizations will need help.
Высшие учебные заведения, высшие учебные заведения зарубежных стран, особенно это английские, американские, европейские, есть в Турции, они должны обучать всех общественно-политических лидеров, как управлять государствами post-России?
Universities in the United Kingdom, in USA, should learn students how to manage and how to rule in the next foreign country, next sovereign country.
Уважаемые господа, дамы и господа, огромное спасибо еще раз. Вы долго сидели, вы долго держались. Значит, вы патриоты, и значит, вы поддерживаете нас.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. It was a long day of what we made it.
Mr. Ginsburg, what's the approach of businesses? Will we see representatives of business elites moving to administration of newly independent republics?
Thank you. Future of Russia, in my opinion, this is rationalization. Without rationalization, Russia don't have any future because Russia now is completely irrationality system. For all cases, it doesn't like explain this because we don't have time. How is rationalization Russia? How have three possibilities. First of all, this is legitimization new country was this whole subject of federation, nation, regions. This is options fantastic. It's not doesn't work. Second, this is called collapse and the divide for the independent states. But one question: rationalization. This is not marginalization. This is need rationality. People decide future. And third options. This is completely some regions subjects of Russian independent. Some established new country. What is it about business? This is very difficult question. Imagine it. Tomorrow collapsed Russia, and all Russian subject is free. How they can develop it? It's not easy question because because Russia now robbery all resources from this country. For example, Tatarstan. Шаймиев sold independent Tatarstan. Шаймиев продал независимость. Шаймиев, Рахимов the same. Because Шаймиев, like first secretary, Communist Party, sold. They take all property, oil, chemical, other organized. After family of Шаймиев sold this property to Putin team. Sibur, as this is, we understand. Tomorrow, collapse. How it can develop it without property, without other, this is very difficult. Other question. This is delegitimization Putin's regime. Without delegitimization Putin regime, Russia, rationalization Russia is very difficult. What I mean delegitimization? This is delegitimization institutes, delegitimization personally, sanctions work, bad or good, this other question. Delegitimization property and delegitimization propaganda. According question, we speak about delegitimization property. This is the main question. Because how is the relation to business, relation to new country? Business in Russia, about business, this is very difficult question. For my opinion, in Russia, very less business. Other way, what business, this is created, this is something established, etc. Russian business, this is divide old Soviet property. development, without investment, without innovation, without nothing, just robber researchers. And these businesses like we speak, don't have any relation to region and need very difficult process. Now need very seriously looking for the delegitimization property. Business who now very participate, cooperate with Putin's regime in war, in criminal, in other, need very serious delegitimization, not just sanction. It's criminal procedure according crimes, military crimes against humanity, crimes with launder money, corruption, and others. Like in Nuremberg Tribunal after war, and nobody know was after war in Nuremberg process. Have process against group, against farming industry and other companies, and it was very serious decided. Now the same situation, and this process need organized, international organized, need not just sanction. Need sanction, need a finish for logical finish. Who is responsible? Who is cooperate? Must be responsible for this. Who not cooperate must build relation with new state. Business who not guilty in military crimes and other, and not guilty in criminal relation with Putin's team must be continue and develop a relation with a new independent state for other agreement, pay taxes and other. Now they organize was not pay taxes. Taxes pay Moscow region don't have taxes. This logical cannot develop regions. It need decide this question. Without this is not successful. Not successful state, not successful project. This is very important.
Yes, indeed, this integration of Russian Federation is about creating benefits for businesses of Russians, so opportunities. We'll have questions later. Yes, Turk, your opinion about architects of the Russian Federation, of the post-Russian space, who it will be leaders of new republics, how it will happen?
Well, that's not an easy question. Well, that's a tremendous job because you have several challenges at once when you have that situation. You have to have legitimacy of the people that you cover. They will have to support you. I imagine that we don't know how this is going to go down. If Russia disintegrates, then there will be very different situations in the different republics, but you will need to have support from the people. There might be competitions with different actors, but you also need to have some sort of control, because it's not enough to have the support of the people if you don't have control. That's the experience from Afghanistan. The Afghan government had the support of the people, but they didn't have control. The Taliban had much better control of the population. So even though they didn't like the Taliban, they had the ability to inflict violence and then got power. So you need both legitimacy and you need control. And probably you will need some support from the West. So you will have need to have some democratic values, some liberal values, the acceptance of minorities, and be a contrast to what is wrong with the regime in the Kremlin, like that. But on the field of businesses and investment and stuff, I think that's a very interesting thing as well, because new nations will need revenue fast. And one industry that I think is underestimated and overlooked, and that is the travel industry, because that is an industry that you can get up and running very fast. And you don't need a lot of infrastructure. You see from conflict-ridden areas elsewhere on the globe that's an industry that bounces back fast. And another thing, you don't need a lot of infrastructure. The thing you really need to attract tourists or travelers that put money there is authenticity. And it is a way, it's a good industry because it brings forward what is unique to this region. And all of these nations have suffered from Russification. So when they have liberation, it's a time for rediscovering their own heritage, their culture, their language, and the travel industry could actually help finance that. And it's also a good way to bring foreign currency into the country. So I would say that you need to find good, legitimate leaders that also has the ability to have power. And one of the first industries you look at supporting is travel.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll have a round of questions for possible. Yes, Igor.
I have a personal question to it.
Personal also.
Хорошо. В какой стране будущего большого широкого выбора стран пост России вы, как бизнесмен, планируете работать через 5 лет?
The question was, in which country do you
I understand. I don't have, I cannot answer for your question. I cannot answer for your question because I am not sure was in a short time can normal work in post-Russian country. I am not very young. First. Secondly, I have big experience, very big business experience in Russia, and I doesn't like continue this experience. For me, better work outside Russia.
I think it was pretty painful experience, right? One minute.
В России нерусских народов доставляет средств массовой информации, особенно кавказцев, чеченцев, допустим, кавказцы, ругательное слово, и азиатов косоглазые, типа как отсталые аборигены. Вот так представляет средства массовой информации во всех структурах, унижает нерусских народов.
In Russia, this media presents all non-Russian people as weak and subdued.
Однако, вот сейчас еще раз привожу пример. Допустим, в Татарстане, как только мы объявили независимость своего государства Татарстана,
For instance, in Tatarstan, when we declared our independence,
мы не только в Татарстане открыли в масштабе всей России школы, гимназии.
Not just in Tatarstan, but all over the world, we opened schools and gymnasiums.
Строили в течение 10-15 лет, строили заводы, фабрики, была полностью почти газификация, были дороги построены. Когда даже я сидел в тюрьме, в республиковой, мне говорили, у вас Татарстан богатое, типа как государство, передовая, типа как Швейцария. Джон знает, жил в Казани.
During 15 years, we were building roads, factories. We had a very rich republic.
Это означает то, что русские шовинисты, имперцы в Кремле хотят унизить, уничтожить морально, психологически, физически, однако не так. Если уже в течение короткого срока мы смогли построить полноценное государство, значит и другие нерусские народы тоже смогут.
Tatarstan is a good example that in a short period of time you can develop the republic, and the Russian government can do nothing for it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we still have time for two questions. Is there any? Ms. Günther?
Okay, it's the independent, the exile government of East Turkestan in ex-China, and they are able to organize global elections, and they are able to have exile government that sits in Washington DC. Are you working with them already, and are you in touch with them? Do you want to cooperate? Because at the beginning of November, they have their global congress in Washington DC, and they would be very interested to find partners in ex-Russia to work together, especially in the Turkic states of ex-Russia. East Turkestan, the Uyghurs.
В том числе, вы работаете ли вы с
Мы в последнее время с черкесами подписали как правительственные соглашения. До этого было с чеченцами, с Ахметом Закаевым, с башкирами, Рустам Гапасовым. Мы работаем со всеми тюркскими мирами.
Recently, they signed an agreement with the Cherkessia, also with the Bashkortostan, with the Ruslan as well. Yes, they work with the whole Turkic nations.
В ближайшее время мы межправительственные хотим подписать документ, тем более 2 миллиона 400 миллионов уйгуров сидят в китайских концлагерях, одновременно мы хотим их тоже поддержать. И мы хотим в будущем согласовать с уйгурскими общественно-политическими лидерами, как противостоять китайскому, российскому диктаторству.
They also want to support Uyghurs, 2.4 million who are imprisoned in China. They want to support them and to help them in their struggle.
Почему как в кабинете сразу с телефонным тарифом? Then I told where comes is actually the Mongols, yeah, because of this Russian name as Kelms, and they like to delete this, but our people in the Republic not so big. But we have also our Mongols in the Xinjiang district, and they are also impressed now. So we have some contacts, and we are also ready, of course, to be solidarity.
Thank you so much. I think it's time to finish our event, so thank you everyone for fruitful conversation. So tomorrow we are traveling to Paris to talk even in bigger audience about to brainstorm. As one of the speakers today told, like really it's important to discuss the Russian disintegration before it happens, to be ready for it. And we ask you to promote this idea so the world is ready. If the world is so much afraid of chaotic Russian collapse, let's work, let's prepare for civilized Russian disintegration so that it benefits all sides, including the West, Ukraine, and ordinary Russian citizens. So thank you so much once again, and see you later. Thank you. And special thanks once again to the University College of London School of Slavonic and East European Studies and the Elena Lebedeva and the team for providing this venue and working with us. Thanks so much.
Так,